Et ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet
Government orders, bills,
Tackling Violent Crime Act.
Who's leading off the debate? Mr. Moore. He's the parliamentary secretary. Order. Mr. O'Connor, for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-2, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to a legislative committee. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to join in the debate on Bill C-2, the Tackling Violent Crime Act. As the Minister of Justice noted when he spoke in reply to the speech from the throne, safe streets and secure communities are the Canadian way of life. And this is what I would like to focus my remarks on today, how we are building a stronger, safer, and better Canada. Beginning, Mr. Speaker, with Bill C-2. I have had many opportunities, as probably all members in this House have had, to talk with my constituents, with parents, with community leaders, with police, with lawyers, and many others about their concern with crime and with what we should do about it. What I have heard has likely been heard by all honourable members as they have travelled throughout their ridings and indeed across Canada. Canadians are clearly expecting their government to take concrete and effective action to tackle crime. Unlike previous governments on this issue, Mr. Speaker, this government listens. We share these concerns, and we have made tackling crime a key priority for our government. Mr. Speaker, we've made it a key priority for our government because it's a key priority for Canadians. But there is so much more that needs to be done. We know what crime looks like in Canada. Crime statistics have been recorded since 1962, so we have 45 years of information. Statistics Canada reported last July that the overall national crime rate has decreased for the second year in a row. We all want to see a lower crime rate, so this is the good news. But the national crime rate is an average and does not tell us about some of the more serious problems or localized problems. The long-term trends, Mr. Speaker, over the last few generations show us what we all know in this House, that crime has increased drastically. Since the 1970s, for example, the violent crime rate has increased 98%. But the national crime rate does not tell us what may be going on in your community or in mine. Community leaders, victims groups, and law enforcement know their particular challenges, and we are listening to them. Many Canadians have lost confidence in the criminal justice system and question if it is doing enough to protect them. They know that violent crime is all too common. They dread hearing statistics like those released on October 17th by Statistics Canada. Those statistics, Mr. Speaker, tell us that 4 out of 10, or 40%, of victims of violent crimes sustained injuries. They tell us that half of violent crimes occurred at private residences. They tell us that firearms were involved in 30% of homicides, 31% of attempted murders, and 13% of robberies committed. They tell us that 1 out of every 6 victims of violent crimes was a youth aged 12 to 17 years old, and children under 12 years of age account for 23% of victims of sexual assaults and 5% of victims of violent crimes. Canadians are looking to the federal government to work with them to restore community safety. This government understands the need for leadership in criminal justice, and this is what our tackling crime priority and our commitment in this regard is all about. It is about reducing all crime and providing an effective criminal justice system. Our plan is ambitious, but Canadians can count on us to get it done. As they've seen on other issues, we've been able to get things done for all Canadians. In the last session of Parliament, the government tabled 13 crime bills. This is proof of our commitment to address crime and safety issues in our communities. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note 13 crime bills. It was 13 years of Liberal governments that have left us with a revolving door justice system that Canadians have lost faith in, a justice system that Canadians feel puts the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of everyday law-abiding Canadians. And this is what our government is going to address. 6 of these crime bills of the 13 received royal assent and are now the law or will soon become the law. For example, one of this government's first bills and first priorities was to curtail the use of conditional sentences or house arrest for serious violent crimes. We all know the issue of house arrest. In all of our ridings, we've heard cases where someone has committed a very serious, sometimes violent crime, and there's an expectation in the community that there will be a severe consequence for someone who commits a severe crime. And all too often, the community is outraged when they hear that this criminal will be serving out their sentence from the comfort of their own home. Bill C-9, which received royal assent on May 31, 2007, and will be coming into force on December 1, 2007, makes it clear that conditional sentences or house arrest will not be an option for serious personal injury offenses, terrorism offenses, and organized crime offenses where the maximum term of imprisonment is 10 years or more. Mr. Speaker, this change was a long time coming. It's well past due, and Canadians will be better served by a justice system that does not allow for these serious offenses someone to serve a sentence in their own home. Canadians wanted this change. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-18 strengthened the laws governing the National DNA Databank. This will facilitate police investigation of crimes. Bill C-18 received royal assent on June 22, 2007, and some provisions are already in force, and others will soon be proclaimed in force. Bill C-19 made Canada's streets safer by enacting new offenses to specifically combat street racing. These new offenses built upon existing offenses, including dangerous driving and criminal negligence, and provide higher maximum penalties of incarceration for the most serious of street racing offenses. Also, mandatory driving prohibition will be imposed on those convicted of street racing. In the most serious cases involving repeat street racing offenders, a mandatory lifetime driving prohibition can now be imposed. We also took concrete steps to protect users of payday loans. Bill C-26, which received royal assent on May 3, 2007, makes it an offense to enter into an agreement or an arrangement to receive interest at a criminal rate. The criminal rate of interest, Mr. Speaker, is defined as exceeding 60% per year, or to receive payment of an interest at a criminal rate. We also took further measures to combat corruption. Bill C-48 enacted criminal code amendments to enable Canada to ratify and implement the United Nations Convention Against Corruption on October 2, 2007. By ratifying the convention, Canada has joined 92 other state parties committed to work with the international community to take preventative measures against corruption. Our bill to stop film piracy or camcording, Bill C-59, received widespread support. It was quickly passed and received royal assent on June 22, 2007. Unfortunately, none of our other important crime bills progressed to enactment before Parliament prorogued. That is why the Tackling Violent Crime Act reintroduces the provisions of the following bills that died on the order paper. The bill imposing mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment for firearms offenses, Bill C-10. This bill is included in Bill C-2 as passed by the House of Commons. Bill C-22, which increased the age of protection against adult sexual exploitation, has been included as passed by the House of Commons. Bill C-32, addressing drug-impaired driving and impaired driving in general, has been introduced as amended by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights and reported to the House of Commons. Bill C-35, imposing a reverse onus for bail for firearms offenses, has been included in this new bill as passed by the House of Commons. And this bill will make it tougher for those who have committed a firearms offense to receive bail and be back out on the street. Bill C-27, addressing dangerous and repeat violent offenders, as originally introduced, is included in this bill, but with some further amendments which I will elaborate on shortly. The Tackling Violent Crime Act respects the parliamentary process and includes the bills as amended by committee or as passed by the House of Commons and in the same state that they were when Parliament was prorogued. As a result, these reforms are familiar or should be familiar to all members of this House. and so I would call on all honorable members to quickly pass the Tackling Violent Crime Act. Indeed, many honorable members have already stated that they support these reforms. There is therefore no need to further debate these reforms or for a prolonged study of the provisions that Parliament has already debated and committees have already scrutinized. It is time for us all to demonstrate our commitment to safeguarding Canadians and for safer communities, and to quickly move this bill forward. Mr. Speaker, for those that need more convincing, I would like to reiterate that the Tackling Violent Crime Act addresses a range of serious issues that put Canadians at risk. Gun crimes, impaired driving, sexual offences against children, and dangerous offenders. We know that Canadians expect their government to take action and to protect them from these crimes. To do so, we need the support of all honourable members, as well as of Canadians, our partners in the provinces and in the territories, and in law enforcement and community groups. Mr. Speaker, time does not permit me to address each of the equally important elements of Bill C-2. I know that other members will rise to speak about the reforms that are of most concern to them. I propose to highlight a few of the issues that have been raised repeatedly with me by my constituents, and I'm sure by constituents in ridings held by all honourable members. In particular, about impaired driving, the age of consent, and dangerous offenders. Alcohol and drug-impaired driving have devastating effects for victims, for families, and for communities. Impaired drivers are responsible for thousands of fatalities and injuries each year, not to mention billions of dollars in property damage. Once the Tackling Violent Crime Act is the law, impaired drivers will face tough punishment no matter which intoxicant they choose. And police and prosecutors will have the tools that they need to deal with these offenses. Although drug-impaired driving has always been a crime, until recently, police have not had the same tools available to stop those who drive while impaired by drugs, the same tools that they have to address alcohol-impaired driving. Under this bill, they will. The Tackling Violent Crime Act strengthens the ability of police, prosecutors, and the courts to investigate, prosecute, and sentence those who endanger the safety of other Canadians through alcohol or drug-impaired driving. I know that all honourable members recognize the pressing need to ensure the safety of our streets, highways, our communities, our schools. By giving police the tools they need to combat impaired driving, we are doing that. Mr. Speaker, these reforms were applauded by the stakeholders and supported in the House of Commons. I'm sure every member of Parliament in this House has received correspondence urging them to support this bill. There should be no impediments, Mr. Speaker, to making progress on this part of the Tackling Violent Crime Act. The Act also reintroduces the reforms to raise the age at which young people can consent to sexual activity from 14 to 16 years of age. This bill takes away the ability, and let's be clear on what this bill does, Mr. Speaker, it takes away the ability of adult sexual predators to rely on claims that their young victims consented. Again, these reforms were welcomed by child advocates and supported in the House as part of former Bill C-22. So there is no need for further debate. We can move ahead, Mr. Speaker. It is worth spending a few moments to focus on the dangerous and high-risk offender provisions of former Bill C-27. Some of these provisions have been modified, and therefore honourable members may want to scrutinize these aspects more than the other reforms included in the Tackling Violent Crime Act. The dangerous offender reforms in Bill C-2 respond to the concerns highlighted in the debates and before the Justice Committee and by provincial attorneys general. I am sure that all honourable members will agree that these modifications are welcomed. Mr. Speaker, as members will recall, former Bill C-27 was tabled in the House last October. That bill included dramatic enhancements to the sentencing and management of the very worst of the worst, Mr. Speaker. Those offenders who repeatedly commit violent and sexual crimes and who require special attention because it's become clear that the regular criminal sentencing regime simply cannot effectively manage this small but violent and dangerous group of offenders. The Tackling Violent Crime Act includes all of the original amendments to the Criminal Code from the former Bill C-27, as well as two important changes which will go further in protecting Canadians from dangerous offenders. First, let me provide an overview of the provisions brought forward into this House under Bill C-27. It includes the requirement in dangerous offenders hearings that an offender be presumed to meet the dangerous offender criteria upon a third conviction for a primary designated offense. In other words, an offense that is on the list of the 12 most violent or sexual offenses that typically trigger dangerous offender designations. Second, the bill also places a requirement on Crown prosecutors to inform the court that they have fully considered whether to pursue a dangerous offender application. This is to prevent these applications, Mr. Speaker, from falling through the cracks. This would occur in cases where an offender has been convicted for a third time of a relatively serious sexual or violent offense. The declaration is intended to ensure more consistent use of the dangerous offender sentence by the Crown in all jurisdiction. Although the Crown must indicate whether they have considered bringing a dangerous offender application, we are not dictating to them that they must do so. We are not attempting to arbitrarily fetter the discretion of the Crown or of the court. Rather, we are providing a way to make sure that the Crown turns their mind to the issue of a dangerous offender application. Third, Bill C-2 also brings forward the very significant reforms to Section 810.1 and 810.2 peace bond provisions that enable any person to apply to a court to ask for stringent conditions to be imposed against individuals who are felt to pose a threat of sexual or violent offending in the community. And on this, Mr. Speaker, we've all heard the horror stories from one end of the country to another of someone who is known to be a threat to commit a sexual or violent offense against an innocent member of the community. And there's often great frustration amongst Canadians at the perceived inability for government, for officials, for police to act to protect the community from a subsequent violent or sexual offense. Specifically, we are doubling the duration of peace bonds from 1 year to 2 years. We are also providing specific authority for the court to impose conditions regarding curfews, electronic monitoring, treatment requirements, and other prohibitions, as well as making it very clear that the court may impose any conditions it feels are necessary to ensure public safety. Since the tabling of the former Bill C-27 last October, provincial attorneys general have raised concerns about violent offenders that are found to be dangerous offenders but are not receiving indeterminate sentences. This is due to a finding that they can be managed under the long-term offender designation. The long-term offender sentencing option, currently in the Criminal Code, allows a court to sentence an individual to a regular sentence of imprisonment but add up to 10 years of intensive community supervision to the sentence. Based on the interpretation of the lower courts of the 2003 decision of the Supreme Court of Canada in R v. Johnson, many individuals that fully met the designation of a dangerous offender have nonetheless been given long-term offender designation instead, because the Crown has been unable to convince the sentencing court that the offender could not be managed under the less severe sentence option. The big concern here is that some of these individuals may not, in fact, be suitable for community supervision sentences. Yet, until they commit another violent sentence, their status as dangerous offender could not be reviewed by a court. And I should mention, and as it should be obvious, until they commit another violent offense, well then, Mr. Speaker, it's too late, isn't it, for the community, for innocent victims, for families. Given the concerns expressed since former Bill C-27 was tabled, the government has been examining the scope of this problem and developing potential solutions. It is clear that a large proportion of the individuals that meet the dangerous offender criteria but were given a less severe sentence have demonstrated that they simply refuse to cooperate. The majority eventually breach one or more of the conditions of their long-term supervision order. This is a clear indicator that the original sentence was based on a flawed presumption that the offender was manageable, and as such, there is a real need to revisit the original sentence in order to stop the reoffending right then and there before another tragedy occurs. So the Tackling Violent Crime Act addresses this problem and includes new provisions that were not included in the former bill. First, the Tackling Violent Crime Act makes it clear that from now on, if the offender meets the dangerous offender criteria, they will always be designated as a dangerous offender first, and that designation is for life. The court must then determine the appropriate sentence, either an indeterminate sentence or a determinate sentence, with or without the long-term offender supervision order. Critical to this scheme is that the court from now on must impose an indeterminate sentence unless it is satisfied that the offender can be managed under a less severe sentence. Second, in cases where the dangerous offender is able to satisfy the court that they can be managed under the lesser sentence and is subsequently charged and convicted with a breach of a long-term supervision order, they can be brought back to the court for a new sentencing hearing. At the new hearing, the dangerous offender will have to satisfy the court once again that they can still be managed under the lesser sentence. If not, an indeterminate sentence must be imposed. Mr. Speaker, this government believes that the impact of these new reforms will be significant. Because of the clarification to the sentencing provisions, fewer offenders will escape the dangerous offender designation. In addition, for the few offenders that are declared to be dangerous offenders, but given a long-term offender sentence, they will know that if they do not abide by the term of their supervision orders once released, they will be returned to court for a new sentencing hearing, and an indeterminate sentence will be the likely outcome. It will not take a second sexual assault or a second violent offense to bring the offender back for a new dangerous offender sentence. This new provision would be available, for example, even if the violation is simply that the offender failed to return to his residence before curfew or consumed alcohol or drugs in violation of a long-term offender supervision order. As I mentioned previously, the majority of the reforms in the Tackling Violent Crime Act. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to ensuring that all Canadians live in safe and secure communities. The Tackling Violent Crime Act will protect Canadians. It's fulfilling our commitments to Canadians, and this government is committed to taking action, acting on behalf of the safety of all Canadians. And I urge all members to support the Tackling Violent Crime Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his comments. He represents people who breathe in the fresh, misty, and refreshing air on the banks of the Bay of Fundy, but who, like the people I represent, have to live with an unrestored Pettit-Kodiak River. But on topic, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for his speech and his continuing interest in criminal justice issues. I know what he wishes for is what all Canadians wish for, is a safe society. I will have a speech rebutting a lot of his technical points, but my question is this. As the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice, he heard much evidence, as we all did on the Justice Committee, about how to effect the legislation, the 13 bills that we were presented with. And I have three very short questions. Why hasn't the Conservative government fulfilled its promise of 2,500 police officers? How can it put into place 1,000 RCMP officers when the RCMP itself is 1,000 persons behind in its recruitment drive? Do the Drug Recognition Expert Program, is it funded? If the bill C-32 is up and running tomorrow, will it work? And finally, he heard evidence about the Centre for Forensic Sciences being very behind in its deadlines with respect to DNA identification. Is that centre well funded enough? Will it work and be able to respond to the needs in the new DNA bill, which we all supported?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Moncton River Dieppe for his interest and for his questions. Mr. Speaker, what we saw over the 13 years of Liberal government was consistent and systemic underfunding of our security and police institutions. We see this whether it's on the national defense side, whether it's on our intelligence organization, CSIS, whether it was the RCMP, which over the course of the previous government's mandate received drastic cuts in funding. We need to only go to the annual reports and annual updates on government spending. It's all documented every year for all Canadians to read, and Canadians can see that the funding for the RCMP was cut. Our government was elected with a mandate, Mr. Speaker, to get tough on crime. And getting tough on crime isn't only about passing legislation. It's about bringing in preventative measures. It's about supporting communities. It's about supporting families. It's about providing funding for our police and for our provinces. Our government has made a commitment for additional RCMP officers and made a commitment for additional municipal police forces, and we're going to keep that commitment because that's what this government does. It keeps its commitments that it made to Canadians. Canadians know that. It's a refreshing change, and I can assure the honourable member that whether it's the DNA data bank that's a valuable committed to passing legislation that's going to protect Canadians from violent criminals, that's what Canadians asked us to do, and that is exactly what we're doing.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jean Labert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to this bill, we saw a very notable media splash. We would call it a show almost, but the statistics were quite surprising. The Conservatives say that we obstructed all of these bills in the past, but 6 of the bills have already got royal assent. 4 had already gone through various stages at the House and were in the Senate, so there were only 2 really that were being debated in the House. And were it not for prorogation that was decided by the Conservatives, these bills would probably be already adopted and would have been en route for royal assent. So by proroguing the House in order to come out with this insipid speech from the throne, and in so doing, killed the legislation, and now the government's charging us with obstruction, where in fact that's not the case. Can the parliamentary secretary can he confirm that this whole operation is simply a show for the media, and that if the government really wanted to further these bills, the Conservative governments would not have prorogated the House, wouldn't have caused all of these bills to die? The government could have simply set aside this pitiful little spectacle that surrounds the speech from the throne and ensured that the legislation made its way through properly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice.
He's keen to pass the Tackling Violent Crime Act, so I say let's get on with it. If the honourable member would have followed what's happening, he would know that, I'll take for example our bill to raise the age of consent, Mr. Speaker. We know that child welfare advocates, we know that child sexual exploitation experts have told us that Canada has become, in some instances, a destination for those adult sexual predators that have come from jurisdictions where their age of consent is higher. We don't want Canada to become a destination for adult sexual predators. We don't want Canada to be a destination where someone commit, for example, firearms crimes, commit multiple firearms offenses, and yet receive weak sentencing. Canadians know, and this honourable member should know, that our justice system has become known as a revolving door, where people commit a crime and then they're back on the street. They commit a crime and they're back on the street. Enough is enough. Our bill, the Tackling Violent Crime Act, addresses these issues, and the honourable member should know that the 2 bills that I mentioned from the previous Parliament were being delayed in the Senate. And in the Senate has the power to delay this legislation. The fact of the matter is, the unelected Liberal Senate was delaying our justice measures. We've said enough is enough. The legislation is contained in the Tackling Violent Crime Act. I urge all honourable members to get behind it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton East.
I thank my colleague and the Conservative government for this very important initiative. I think when we're talking about the Dangerous Offenders Act, one example in Edmonton that has been ongoing is the criminal Leo Teske. Leo Teske has been convicted of some 37 acts of violence. He brutalized a baby, raping it. A final act before he was released once more, he shot a police officer. The police officer is still suffering to these days. But then he's back out on the street once again. And this time, he beat into a near comatose state a Dougal Miller, who still is in that state to this day, 8 years later. Then he goes to a hearing to be explored for dangerous offender, millions of dollars being spent, 12 doctors being brought before the hearing, and finally, after months and months, he's finally considered to be a dangerous offender. Then, just recently, the hearing was overturned. It was overturned. After all of these millions and millions of dollars, meanwhile, Mrs. Miller, the husband, is going broke paying for his medical care and medical conditions. So the urgency of this legislation is obvious. My question is, the Liberals have known about this for years and years on prompting from the opposition, our party at the time. Why didn't they do anything earlier?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and also for his interest in justice issues. And I can't explain the inaction of the previous government. We know the Liberals had 13 years in government to address these situations. We know that this isn't something that just came out of the blue. Opposition members, including the honourable member, raised these issues in the past. Victims advocacy groups raised these issues. Police raised the issues that they needed the tools to combat crime. The issue of dangerous offenders and repeat violent offenders and people that breach conditions of their long-term offender status is not new, yet we saw inaction. And I think the fundamental change that's taken place is that we now have a government that's been listening. We have a government with government members that are committed to change. They're committed to protecting Canadians. They're committed to effective legislative and policy changes that will tip the scale of balance in favor of protecting innocent, law-abiding Canadians. We know for the member raised this illustration. There's examples like that across the country. And we have to do everything we can, Mr. Speaker, and I know no matter what our political stripe, we should all be interested in protecting Canadians from becoming, especially the young, especially the vulnerable, from becoming victims from serious criminals. So I hope that all members will join with me in moving this bill along as quickly as possible.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, on C2 and justice issues in general, I've heard it said, and just recently in the House, the term used, rather, of a revolving door. The only revolving door here, Mr. Speaker, is the Justice Minister and the Conservative Party officials going in and out of press conferences announcing and re-announcing the same bills that they pulled the plug on.
That's right.
I have, in fact, with respect to C2, Mr. Speaker, I've reviewed all the material. I sat in on all the committee hearings. And what I've recently discovered through obtaining a bill briefing is the note from the Prime Minister which says about C2, in that it regurgitates all of the bills we dealt with in the last Parliament. From the Prime Minister, the message really is, the bill is about this. I'm sorry I pulled the plug on Parliament and flushed all the good work of the Justice Committee down the drain. Because that's what happened here, Mr. Speaker. All of these bills were well on their way. They were going through the due process of this Parliament, which followed the rules of parliaments before, and they were on the way to being in effect. And the reason we're here today is because the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament, and those bills were killed in their tracks.
Unbelievable.
It's not true, perhaps, that the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament. Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, I think it is. In fact, I think that's why we have a new session. I may be new and I may be in the back row, but I read the papers and I know what's going on, Mr. Speaker. Parliament was prorogued and all legislation was stood in its tracks. What's important to remind ourselves, and the Canadian public will want to know, is that there were 13 bills put before in the justice dossier, if you like. 7 of them were passed. They're the law of Canada. So, as a member of the Justice Committee, I would expect all parties to say to all members of the Justice Committee, job well done. 7 out of 13, law, Canada, affecting the citizens of Canada now. 5 of those bills are currently the subject of C2, which I will turn to, and 1, mysteriously, of the 13 bills the Criminal Procedure Act, which all parties agreed to unanimously, which was a creature of a previous parliament, which all prosecutors are waiting intently for. These prosecutors are the people, Mr. Speaker, that are on the front line, as well as the police officers, in the criminal justice system. And I suppose they're wondering why, despite the offer to fast-track by this party, despite unanimous support by the Justice Committee, why C-23 hasn't been moved up. Perhaps in their haste in the revolving door of the press circle and the press club, they forgot to bring on an important bill. Overall, Mr. Speaker, all of these bills, the 13, that is the 7 passed, the 1 dropped by, I would say, an incompetent justice minister and the parliamentary secretary for forgetting that, and the 5 that we're about to discuss, all of these bills need to be enforced. Each police officer, each prosecutor, each probation officer, each corrections official, all of the people in the system need to know that if there are 13, let's say, new laws, 12 because 1 was dropped by an incompetent ministry, but if there are 12 new bills, we need to know we have the resources to put them into effect. And it's why it's urgent for the public to know that despite a promise of this government, the law and order government, the tough-on-crime government, it's toothless. Without the following up of the promise for 2,500 new police officers, the false promise in the speech from the throne for 1,000 new RCMP officers, when the RCMP itself cannot recruit 1,000 officers. They're behind in their recruitment. It's a meaningless, toothless promises to the people of Canada, but worse even, taking away the hope of the Canadian Police Association, the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, the prosecutors, the probation officers, all of the people who have to put into effect on a daily basis the laws of the justice system. Now, Mr. Speaker, nous, à ce côté,
We on this side, first of all, I want to say the rule in this party is consistent, Mr. Speaker. We support our justice system. We support our judges, our crown attorneys, and all the officers who are in place to protect the citizens of Canada. The Liberal Party took a very serious and close look at the legislation about offenders in the past 18 months, while the Conservatives were playing their political games. That means that the Prime Minister stopped the work of Parliament, stopped the committees, cancelled bills, the 5 bills that are part of this bill. It's their fault, Mr. Speaker, if we don't have these 5 bills in place now. Here on this side, we trust in our justice system. We trust that it will maintain peace in our communities.
be a nonpartisan issue that we all believe in a safe community. We're all here surely as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have a safe community. We may differ on the avenue to get there. But how much did we, the Liberal Party of Canada and its members on the Justice Committee, differ really from the plan of the Conservative Party in general, and more importantly, in the organic process which is called the development of criminal law through amendments to the Criminal Code? And I say to you and to the public, Mr. Speaker, not much. 13 bills proposed, 7 passed, 5 in C2 that we are substantially in agreement because they would have been law by now had Parliament not been prorogued. And I must say, 1 for the record, which has been dropped by the government, that we are also in favor of. So how is it that we, in trying to keep the community safe, are against the elements in C2 and the elements in the bills, and I'll repeat them, C9, which is conditional sentences, C18, DNA identification, C19, street racing, C25, proceeds of crime, C26, criminal rate of interest, C48, just to add 2 others that were not part of C2, implementation of UN Convention Against Corruption, and C59, unauthorized recording of a movie. These have all been supported. But really there's more. When I hear members on the opposite side talk about 13 years of inaction with respect to criminal justice, I think the Canadian public would be interested to know, Mr. Speaker, that these laws, while continuing on the evolution of our criminal law and making our community safer, these laws are but part of the Criminal Code of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And the Criminal Code of Canada, I might say, in a moment of nonpartisanship, in a moment to congratulate a Conservative politician, albeit a dead one, Prime Minister John Thompson, a Conservative Prime Minister, when he was Minister of Justice, essentially created and adopted or adapted the criminal law of Canada into a code that we could follow in this country. So I want to get credit, Mr. Speaker, for giving laudits to a Conservative in this place. And a principal part of the Criminal Code of Canada, which we've been talking about since I've been in Parliament, is sentencing. So what is sentencing? The purpose and principles of sentencing, Mr. Speaker, are set out in Section 718. And I hear it very often in this place and at the revolving door of the Press Conference Centre for the Conservative Party of Canada that there is but one principle. There is really only one principle in sentencing, and it's that to put the bad guys away. Well, why don't we refer, and I know this is a novel concept for those who are directing the conservative justice agenda, but why don't we actually refer to what the law says about the purpose and principles of sentencing? And they're set out in Section 718. I'm not going to read it word for word because it tends to be bogged down in particularness and assuredness and literal things that, again, the conservative justice team knows really nothing about, having adopted and written such sloppy legislation that it had to be sent to committee to be fixed up. But in general, Mr. Speaker, there are 6 important factors or principles in sentencing. It's the reason we have sentences for people who have done crimes. To denounce the unlawful conduct. And that's the one I hear the most from the conservative justice team. To denounce unlawful conduct. That is a valid principle. It's one of 6, though. What are the others? To deter the offender from doing it again. That's another one I hear a lot. I mean, the point over here is that those 2 of the 6 are very important. We're not shirking away from the importance of those. The law does not say that any one is more important than the other. It's a guidepost to judges who make our law pursuant to what they read here. It's a guidepost to say, we will denounce unlawful conduct. Yes, we will by bringing this sentence in. We will deter the person or any person in the public from doing it again. 2 very important objectives. But that's where the conservative justice team stops most of the time. They forget that they must separate offenders from society when necessary, that they must assist in rehabilitating offenders. This is not to mean that the criminal gets more justice than the victim. What it means is if there is a chance to rehabilitate an offender before that offender is reintegrated into society or after, we ought to take that chance. Society is not safer. Remember, that's the principal goal of all parliamentarians here. Society is not safer by sending a more dangerous person back into the community after his or her sentence is served. It's a very important principle. As important as deterrence, as important as denouncing unlawful conduct. The other aspect, the 5th, is to provide reparations for harm done to victims. That's very key when I get into speaking about C9, which was a failed bill and flawed until it was amended at committee by all parties. One of the key aspects of C9 was to amend it to allow, for lack of a better term, some white-collar criminals who had done the very denunciatory and offense which should be deterred act, say, of stealing money through breach of trust from someone, allowing them by allowing the option of a conditional sentence to make reparations, to make restitution during the term of their sentence, when it might mean the difference between an aged person with a stolen RSP account getting that money back or not. It gave the judge the discretion back which he or she had in the first place, and it was a very necessary amendment to a flawed and hasty bill to make sure that this principle of sentencing that is, provide reparation for harm done to victims, was put in place. It was made better law by the intervention of the committee. And finally, the final principle is to promote a sense of responsibility in offenders and acknowledgement of the harm done to victims to the community. What that is about is making sure that these offenders are not so divorced from the community in which they live that they know when they have done wrong that they have a responsibility to that community to be remorseful, to make amends, and I think very importantly to reintegrate to that community if possible, Mr. Speaker. We never forget that. The overall principle, and it's written as the fundamental principle in 718.1, is that of the proportionality of the gravity of the offense and the degree of responsibility of the offender. This is a very important principle which judges rely on all the time. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I hear about 13 years of Liberal activity, and naturally I wasn't here for any of those 13 years, I was on the outside looking at all of the criminal justice bills that had been brought in, Mr. Speaker, during that time. I remember that it was a Liberal Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker, who brought in the whole concept of mandatory minimums, which at the revolving door of the Conservative press circle was as if it was invented by them. I wonder if they invented the laws of gravity and found the North American continent, Mr. Speaker. I suspect not, Mr. Speaker. I don't suppose you could answer objectively if they say they have somewhere else. I'm not sure that they wouldn't stand up here and say that they have. But they didn't invent mandatory minimums. And when I look at the other sentencing principles in 718.2 that were brought in successive Liberal governments by amendments in 1995, 1997, 2000, 2001, 2005, all of those amendments were brought in 718.2 to recognize the changing nature of our society and to allow judges for the first time in the history of the criminal code to take into account when sentencing in either increasing or decreasing the sentences these factors. I am very proud, and these factors are evidence that the offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate. It's the first time that it was codified that a judge should take into account hate crimes when sentencing. Any crimes that were done based on someone's ethnic origin, language, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, and other factors. Isn't it correct and right and fair in this society that those sentences were brought in? The judges should be told to take into account those factors. In sub 2, whether the violence was against a spouse or a common law partner. Isn't it important, Mr. Speaker, that a judge be given that discretion to increase, for instance, a sentence if the crime was against a spouse or a common law partner? If the crime was done to a person of tender years under the age of 18, isn't it important that that be taken into account? Isn't it important, as it says in sub 3, whether or not the person who committed the crime abused a position of trust or authority, or was a member of a criminal organization, or that the offense was a terrorism offense? Now, all of these factors were in judges' hands before 2005. These weren't invented by the Newtons over there in the last 18 months. They were there. It was Liberal legislation, and I presume it had all-party support because it makes such sense. It makes such sense. Finally, in the principles of sentencing category 718.2 sub E has the all-important factor recognizing that if an offender is from an Aboriginal community or Aboriginal origin or from a First Nations community, that special circumstances should be put in place. And we found, Mr. Speaker, during much of the deliberation at committee, that this sentencing principle was often ignored. And I look at the amendments in place with respect to C10 and C9 as a particular affront to this established sentencing principle, and it seems to have been completely forgotten by the Conservative government that these two important sections of the code have existed before the Conservative government took place and certainly will exist when they move on into the sunset. about the laws in C2 and why it's so easy on this side for us to say we support this bill. It's important to remember that we made C10 on this side, and the members of the NDP committee and the members of the Justice Committee from the New Democratic Party and the Bloc Québécois will vouch for this. The members of the Justice Committee made the mandatory minimum aspect a better bill when it left committee. Arrogantly and without respect for the work of the all-party committee, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Justice team, coming yet again from the revolving door of the Press Club, suggested that they would put in at report stage the entire bill as it was before. What they've done this time, and I think over the summer they had blueberry festivals and strawberry festivals and must have eaten at some of them some humble pie and decided that they would accept the amendments as they came from the committee in reintroducing C2 with the C10 amendments to make our community a better place and enlarge upon the mandatory minimums that were already in place under the Liberal Justice program before the Conservatives took office. The other bill, which needs clarification, why it's an acceptable bill now and why it was never acceptable when the amateur Conservative Justice team brought it up before, or the topic, is C22 and the age of consent. I've heard well-meaning and honest and forthright members of this House, such as the member from Wild Rose, say that he and his colleagues could never get an age of consent or age of protection bill through the Commons. And I was disturbed by that. I said, well, why wouldn't we protect our young persons? Why wouldn't we get in line with many of the communities around the world which recognize that the age of consent may not be freely given by a 14-year-old when this world has become smaller and the age of the predator is upon us? I looked into it, Mr. Speaker, and there were two very fundamental flaws with all bills that were presented as part of a justice package by an opposition entitled the Conservative Opposition, and they are as follows. There was absolutely no close-in-age exemption. This bill, C-22, contains a close-in-age exemption, making it flexible enough to recognize that not every relationship that is separated by a number of years is a relationship between an innocent young child and a sexual predator. Finally, and secondly, as I wrap up, age of consent, as presented previously, would have criminalized normal adolescent sexual activity, which, whether they like it or not, is out there. And a 14 and 15-year-old having relations are protected by this. It does prevent sexual predators from preying on the young. It is good legislation. And in summary, Mr. Speaker, the 5 bills in C2 are good law because the committee made them so. And I encourage the Conservative Justice team, the Prime Minister, and all Conservatives out there to watch what they write, to watch what they present to Parliament, and not keep going to that revolving door called the press circle and give press releases without having done their homework to ensure that they're passing good laws which will make Canada safer. Thank you.
Hey, well done. All right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I better get it right. I'm going to say the wrong name. Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment just on a little peripheral item which this member spoke about. And a number of the other members have said, oh, this bad Conservative government has prorogued the House and we're having a second session. Well, Mr. Speaker, I just happened to look up those years when the Liberals were in power and just the years when I was here, namely since 1993. In the 35th Parliament, the first one, they prorogued the session after 661 days. In the 34th Parliament, they prorogued it after 78 days. Just 78 days. There were a total of 11 days of sittings, and we had a new throne speech. 11 days. And they prorogued the House. Everything died. In the 35th Parliament, no, I'm sorry, that was, I got the wrong one there. 35th Parliament, they prorogued the session twice. In the 37th, they prorogued it twice, Mr. Speaker. There was session 1, session 2, and session 3. It just seems to me that they speak with hollow voice when they complain of us proroguing the House in order to get a fresh start and to make the Parliament work. So that's just a rebuttal to all of their comments about the proroguing of the House. I think it's totally normal. The Liberals always did it, and you know, it's just a process that we go through. Thank you.
Well, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe is going to have an opportunity to respond to the comment in due course, but I think given it's 11 o'clock, we'll proceed now with statements by members. When debate resumes, there will be 8 minutes and a few seconds left in the time for questions and comments. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, the University of Lethbridge is celebrating its 40th anniversary. From a small corner on the Lethbridge College campus to a prominent landmark nestled in the coulees overlooking the Old Man River, the University of Lethbridge has grown into an institution which is recognized and respected around the world. The University of Lethbridge was built on a commitment to the individual student, with the goal of providing the most vital and engaging learning environment in the country. Although much has changed over the past 40 years, its goal remains focused on this principle. In addition to maintaining teaching as its core objective, the University of Lethbridge has also evolved into a major global research institution. This has helped to create an exciting intellectual community for the 8,100 students on its campuses in the Alberta centres of Lethbridge, Calgary, and Edmonton. The University of Lethbridge stands today because the community dared to dream. It's an exemplary example of what can develop when a small group of people are determined to make things happen, and how a learning institution and a country can work together to grow and prosper. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his clandestine and behind closed-door decision-making style, decided to recognize the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia as the Republic of Macedonia. Mr. Speaker, there are negotiations going on at the UN between Greece and Fyrom to resolve this issue as we speak. As the Liberal leader has stated, we support the process at the UN and will respect the outcome. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised at this Prime Minister, for he has no respect for democracy or due process. An example, Mr. Speaker, he has handpicked a group of people to do a review in Afghanistan and make recommendations, causing Canadians to spend millions of dollars unnecessarily. Mr. Speaker, where has the Prime Minister been? The Defence Committee has completed months of hearings and have presented him with recommendations. So I asked, has he read the report? Has he even looked at it? Obviously not. So I say through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, respect due process, respect democracy, respect Parliament and Canadians. More so, respect our troops, not use them as political pawns. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to highlight the honour given by the Association of Alumni of the University of Quebec at Trois-Rivières to a bold, humane and sovereignist businessman, François Baudouin. He has a diploma, a degree in business administration and accounting, and in 1980 he founded Amotech in Drummondville, which was given the prestigious award of Exporting Small Business of the Year in 2001. In 2002 he founded Wolonak Plastics and received the Coach of the Year award in 2003. His strong commitment earned him the Volunteer of the Year award in Quebec. In 2007, his peers recognized his remarkable accomplishments, and the Bloc Québécois wants to congratulate him for all these honors.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the Minister of International Trade that he wants Canada to become a strong exporter of manufactured goods, yet continues free trade negotiations with Korea. In 2006, $1.6 billion in Korean-made automotive parts were sold here, while a mere $11 million in Canadian automotive products were sold in Korea. Wood pulp, coal, and other commodities are our top exports. Manufactured goods hardly factor into the relationship. With an existing trade deficit of $2.6 billion with Korea, we have already lost 15,000 manufacturing jobs, and economic studies have determined that a Korea-Canada trade deal would result in an additional 30,000 lost jobs. The ratio of trade in the auto sector is 150 to 1 in Korea's favor, and this new deal wouldn't change that ratio at all. It seems quite clear that this minister and the entire Conservative government are willing to trade away high-skilled, high-wage jobs in our manufacturing sector so that they can ship more of Canada's natural resources offshore.
Honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
I applaud the speech from the throne's reference to an apology by the Prime Minister on behalf of this government to former students of Indian residential schools. My heart grieves when I think of the conversations I've had with First Nations people who recount some of the tragedies and dysfunction created by losing out on those vital formative years with their own family. Some were driven to alcohol or other addictions to mask the yearning void in their lives. Without proper parenting role models, some perpetuated the cycle. My First Nations nephew and niece were born with fetal alcohol syndrome, and it impairs their lives to this day. Our government is committed to achieving a fair and lasting resolution to the sad legacy of the Indian residential school system, a resolution that will ensure former students and Canadians can move together toward healing and reconciliation. Our government, together with its key partners, has made good on its commitment to deliver what it believes is a fair and a lasting resolution of the Indian residential school legacy. An apology by the Prime Minister is the right thing to do.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today to congratulate an exceptional educational institution in my riding on 40 years of service. Confederation College opened its doors in October 1967 with 238 full-time students. The first classes were held in portable classrooms at Sir Winston Churchill High School, and the first regional campus classes were held in a converted school bus. A lot has changed in 4 decades. Today, Confederation College hosts 4,000 full-time students each year with 30,000 graduates around the world. Students enjoy a 130-acre park-like campus with over 50 post-secondary diploma and certificate programs and 3 centers of excellence. In addition, there are 7 regional campuses throughout northwestern Ontario. Please join me in congratulating President Pat Lang, Board Chair Hartley Multamaki, and the entire board and faculty of Confederation College on 40 years of changing lives through learning.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Government of Canada, I wish to acknowledge the passing this week of an outstanding Canadian artist and first male principal dancer of the National Ballet of Canada, David Adams. Mr. Adams was born in Winnipeg in 1928, where he began his training and performing career with one of the founders of the Royal Winnipeg Ballet. He had a distinguished career in both England and Canada as a dancer, choreographer, and teacher. Mr. Adams joined the National Ballet as a leading dancer in 1951. In 1966, he was awarded the Festival de l'Opera Gold Medal for his performance of Giselle with Galina Samsova. Mr. Adams settled in Alberta, where he made a huge contribution to dance in Western Canada for many years. Karen Kane, Artistic Director of the National Ballet of Canada, remembered Mr. Adams this week with respect and admiration. Honoured as an Officer of the Order of Canada, David Adams will be long remembered as a key figure in the early days of ballet in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the pilot project to provide extended employment insurance benefits to regions with high unemployment will be ending on December 9th. My riding of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel was directly affected because our unemployment rate is over 10%. The pilot project was aimed at partly covering the problem of gap weeks. Thousands of workers, seasonal workers in Quebec, will find themselves again in a precarious position. The employment insurance system is unfair to workers, and the government refuses to bring in the changes that have been recommended by the Human Resources Committee and proposed in Bill C-269, introduced by the Bloc Québécois. We want to increase by 5 weeks the qualifying period and make other changes. The Honourable Member for Robert-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, during our recent election campaign, I was accused of not being a representative of all the citizens because I was the mayor of one of the communities. But I want to say that I've recently hired 4 people from all the different areas. Sarah Bennett was born in Saint Félicien. She grew up in Alma and now lives elsewhere in the riding. Mr. Pascal Lemieux has a great deal of working experience with people from all areas of the riding. These are very experienced and proactive people that will represent all members of my riding of Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. I do represent the whole riding.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Wednesday, I had the privilege of hearing Mary Simon, President of Inuit Tapere Kanatami, speak at the Canadian Club of Ottawa. This was the first speech in a Canada-wide tour sponsored by First Air in which Mary Simon addresses, besides misconceptions about Inuit, we do pay income taxes, the challenges we have in our communities about climate change, and mostly how we can help with sovereignty in our Arctic. Mary also pays tribute to the incredible adaptability and resilience of Inuit. We have survived much, and we will continue to do so. Mary Simon did make reference to the use it or lose it slogan of Stephen Harper in reference to the North. Inuit wonder if the Prime Minister is unaware that we have lived, hunted, and provided careful stewardship of the land and wildlife for hundreds of years before he realized we existed. Investment in Inuit education, quality of life, and economic development would be a much better way to show sovereignty of the North as opposed to merely investing in military hardware. I encourage those that can attend these speeches across Canada to hear what message Mary has for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, as we prepare to mark Veterans Week this year, we recall one of the most hard-fought battles of the First World War. In the summer of 1917, the British and the Australians had limited success in capturing the German-occupied Belgian coast. Thus, the Canadian Corps was called upon to get the job done. On October 26, 1917, the Canadians began their assault in the Passchendaele region. On November the 10th, the Canadians launched their final attack and secured victory for the Allies. However, it came with a very heavy cost. Almost 12,000 brave Canadians were wounded, and more than 4,000 lost their lives. On this day, we pledge to remember those courageous Canadians who serve so we can enjoy the freedoms we do, lest we forget.
Lest we forget. Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday, the Peloso family in my riding of Ottawa Centre will be organizing the 6th annual fundraiser and awareness night in the support of the ALS Society of Ontario. ALS is a fatal disease commonly referred to as Lou Gehrig's disease. Many Canadians and their families have suffered from the consequences of ALS, but they stay strong because of the support of their families and their communities. The Peloso family had only 6 weeks to say goodbye to their beloved father from the time when he was diagnosed to the time when he passed away. At the time, there was little public awareness of the ALS and virtually no community support. But the family turned the tragedy into positive energy. They came together to raise awareness, build community, and to date have raised over $73,000 in support of the ALS Society of Ontario. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Ottawa Centre, I congratulate the Peloso family and the organizers of this event for their hard work.
Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with representatives of the Canadian Federation of Students from Manitoba who are calling on this government to invest in Canada's students and Canada's future. The Canadian Federation of Students is asking the government to improve access to post-secondary education and reduce student debt. And they also call on the government to continue to support the post-secondary student support program. The government's recent speech from the throne left students out in the cold and provided no vision for their future. With a surplus of $14 billion, this government has put no measures in place to support students except for a tax break on textbooks, which for post-secondary students amounts to about $80 a year. This is shameful. Mr. Speaker, for Canada to enhance competitiveness in the world, we must invest in our students and our post-secondary education system. When will this government realize that?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. This is National Unemployment Week, and there is a worrisome situation in a number of regions in Quebec, and in particular Lac Saint-Jean-Saguenay. A number of union leaders in Quebec are eagerly awaiting the royal recommendation for Bill C-269, but thousands of people are unemployed and unfairly penalized. We have been trying to do as much as we can for the hundreds of families who are affected by unemployment, and in particular a number of groups in my regions have worked hard, l'Astuce, la Coalition des Sans-Chemises, le Mouvement d'Action Chômage, but they are not being heard by the two conservative members in my region. The Bloc Québécois has also, with the help of opposition parties, been able to bring in a bill to improve employment insurance. The Conservative government must respect the will of this House and help workers.
Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, time is going by, but nothing is changing. I am still appalled by the Conservatives' unrelenting attacks on the two official languages of Canada. It seems that this government was not content to cut the Core Challenges program. Last spring, the Commissioner of Official Languages pointed out that there was a large gap between what the government was saying and what it was actually doing with respect to bilingualism. It seems that the Conservatives wanted to show that they could go even further. So now they have failed to provide bilingual health services in a number of federal institutions like the Veterans Affairs and the RCMP. It is an unfortunate reflection, but a very, very real one, of the unfortunate situation in which linguistic communities find themselves. It is time for this government to change the way it acts and to show more respect toward our minority language communities.
Mr. Speaker, we know the so-called leader of the Liberal Party is not a leader. Now we know the Liberal Party stands for nothing, and literally, on the throne speech, our plan for a better Canada, the Liberals just couldn't stand and vote. They sat in their seats, including the leader. What happened to their principles? The only Liberal principle left is self-preservation, Mr. Speaker. The party of healthcare and education, Liberals voted against Budget 2007 increases. The party of the environment, this Conservative government adopted the toughest emissions reductions of any country for 2020. A strong economy, Liberals voted against all Budget 2007 measures to help industry, measures they said they supported in committee. The party of national unity, under the Liberals, support for sovereignty in Quebec was over 50%. Now, our country is strong and united. So what do Liberals stand for? Just their paychecks, Mr. Speaker. A wise man once said, you better stand for something or you're going to fall for anything. He must have been talking about the Liberal Party of Canada.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, today we learned that Canada's top soldier went to Afghanistan. The Prime Minister's office apparently had no idea he was there. Then he contradicted the government's statement in the throne speech itself that Afghanistan will be able to defend itself by 2011. Now the Prime Minister's press secretary has issued a public reprimand to Canada's top soldier, trying to bring him back into line. What's at stake here is the government's competence and its credibility. When will the government get this mission under control? Who's in charge?
The Honourable Government House
Leader. Mr. Speaker, the government of Canada was quite clear in our recently passed throne speech, passed by the assistance of the opposition on the important issue of Afghanistan. Building up the capacity of the Afghan people is obviously going to take time. We want them to be able to defend their sovereignty. We know that won't happen overnight, but our government does believe it can happen by 2011, the end of the period that's covered in the Afghanistan Compact. We do look forward to receiving the report of the Manley panel, which all parliamentarians will have an opportunity to review. And as we've said many, many times before, it will be up to this Parliament to decide in the end the deployment.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the government has a long history of bungling this mission. After the detainee fiasco, they had to shuffle their ministers. Then they had to appoint an outside committee to do what ministers should be doing, which was to determine the future course after 2009. Now we learn that General Hillier and the government are at loggerheads. Our troops deserve better. They deserve competent leadership. When will the Prime Minister start to provide it?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party believes that these decisions should be made by a small group of cabinet ministers. Our party actually believes something different. That's why we put this question to all the members of the House of Commons when they voted, including the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, to endorse the deployment till February 2009. We thank him for support for the current mission, and we know that he'll want to have that opportunity to consider the report of the Manley Commission on the future of the Afghan mission.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the government says 2011. General Hillier says 2017. Our brave soldiers deserve better. Who's speaking on behalf of Canada? Who's in charge of the mission? Who is in charge, the Prime Minister or General Hillier? Who's credible? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was very clear on this. The nature of our commitment will be known soon. We created a blue ribbon panel to study the role of Canada in Afghanistan. The panel will be reporting to Parliament, reporting on the Canadian mission. The Afghan people have seen improvements in their daily lives. For example, 6,000 Afghans attended school in 2006 compared to only much fewer a few years earlier.
Speaker, General Hillier says it will be 10 years before the Afghan army is able to take over its responsibility for the safety and security of the Afghan people. Yet the Prime Minister has said as late as yesterday that it will be 4 years. Who is telling the truth? Canada's top soldier or Canada's top spinner, the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there are many people with different opinions on the appropriate deployment in Afghanistan. In fact, over on that side of the House, there must be at least half a different opinions just in the head of the Liberal leader. In our case, we have been clear, and the Prime Minister has been clear. The throne speech set it out. We believe that the end of the Afghan compact in 2011 is an appropriate time, but it's Parliament that will decide. It's the House of Commons that will decide. That's something that never happened when they were in government.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, General Hillier was on the ground in Afghanistan this week, and unlike the government's cabinet ministers, he wasn't there just for a photo op. Why should Canadians trust a Prime Minister who twists and manipulates and spins the truth instead of General Hillier, a real soldier who dares to speak the truth?
Honourable Government House
Leader. Mr. Speaker, we have been clear throughout on our view, but what we have done is appoint a commission headed up by a former Liberal Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable John Manley, very distinguished gentleman and a very distinguished panel, to provide advice to all members of this House of Commons on the best way to approach the deployment. I assume the members of the Liberal Party were comfortable with that approach. They endorsed it publicly, and then they endorsed it when they allowed our throne speech to pass.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, American and Canadian climatologists have given a warning with respect to the forecast. Planetary warming is increasing, and the ice will be opened up completely in the Arctic Sea. But we need But instead of spending billions of dollars to patrol the Arctic, wouldn't the government be better off putting these billions of dollars into improving its energy policy and its environmental policy? The Honourable Minister of Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very aware of the severe problems caused by greenhouse gas emissions, and for 13 long years the problem became worse. Our government will take action, real action, to deal with greenhouse gas emissions for For the first time in Canada's history, we have something that we have never seen before in the House with respect to greenhouse gas emissions. The member, Mr. Speaker, given the such somber prognostics, doesn't the government think that it is on the wrong track by abandoning Kyoto and by proposing a so-called green plan, which won't even result in a definite or an absolute reduction of greenhouse gases? What the government has is a plan that will kick in 15 years too late. The Honourable Minister of Environment. I was really in agreement with the Minister in that the government didn't act for 15 years. That's the reason why we have come up with a real plan to deal with greenhouse gas emissions. We have a reduction of 20%. Unfortunately, the previous government did nothing to work on this issue. We are taking action, something that's never been seen in the 13 long years of Liberal inaction, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bruxelles-Paris. Mr. Speaker, cautionings are coming out one after the other with respect to climate change because of the use of fossil fuels, but the Conservative government simply wants to increase by fourfold the tar sands extraction. Given this, shouldn't the government recognize that by simply destroying that it is totally absent from any type of long-term vision to deal with climate change? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker.
Taking real action to fight global warming and to combat climate change. We've got a plan to require the large emitters, the large polluters, to finally begin to reduce their greenhouse gases, something that the only thing the Liberal Party did, Mr. Speaker, is provide big fat tax breaks for one particular industry. We're acting, Mr. Speaker, we're part of a new international consensus working to establish a protocol beyond 2012 to get the job done where the previous government failed, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruxelles-La Prairie. The government is headed towards catastrophe in the environmental sector, but it's obstinate. If it wants to really be credible in dealing with climate change, what's it waiting for? Why not adopt absolute targets for greenhouse gas emissions and have a carbon stock exchange? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
We've announced we want a carbon exchange in Canada so the Canadian companies, as a compliance mechanism, as they face tough regulation brought forward by this Conservative government, there will be a carbon exchange in Canada. There will be an offset market. We're keen to work with international partners, whether it be groups within the United States or the national government as a whole. Clear to work with the Mexican government, Mr. Speaker. We're also pleased to work on the clean development mechanisms under the Kyoto Protocol. That's something that's tremendously important and something that we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, Minister has just raised the issue of big fat tax breaks. Let's just look at this situation. In fact, even the government of Alberta now understands that they need to raise the royalty charges on the biggest polluters, big oil and big gas. And the fact is, it's true. It's true, Mr. Speaker. But what does this government do? What does this government do? They continue to subsidize this very sector, the biggest polluters, with hundreds of millions of dollars of Canadians' taxpayers' money. Now, will the Prime Minister finally decide that he's going to stop subsidizing this sector and start cutting the subsidies in the mini-budget?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me at the outset congratulate the Leader of the NDP on his clear enunciation of this important issue. Mr. Speaker, we're the government who ended the tax breaks for big oil, Mr. Speaker. And do you know who voted against getting rid of those tax breaks? The Leader of the NDP himself, Mr. Speaker. It's this government who's bringing in targets for greenhouse gas reductions that are demonstrably tougher than in the province of Alberta. We're working hard. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, the Minister can start by telling the truth to this House, Mr. Speaker, because the fact of the matter is that the tax subsidies to these very large polluters stay in place for many more years under the plan of this government. And you know, at the same time, they won't even allow electric car manufacturers that produce clean cars right here in Canada to be sold in Canada. That's how far-sighted this government is. a Canadian-built car, the Zen vehicle, is already sold in the U.S., Mexico, and Europe, but it can't get on the road in Canada. Solar cars are available here. Why won't the government do the right thing and support the...
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Transport Canada has been in discussion with Zen over their request to import the shell of the French-built car and its conversion to an electric drive for Canadian market. Zen has not yet, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, provided the information requested by Transport Canada to assess the eligibility for the certification process. So we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to receiving this information and assessing Zen in becoming capable of supplying the Canadian market.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve answers from the Conservatives concerning the taxpayer subsidised in-and-out scam. But all they get from the Conservatives are delaying tactics in committee, evasive non-answers in this House, a lawsuit against Elections Canada, and now threats to silence those who would dare to ask questions. They are doing everything to prevent this House from getting to the bottom of the scam while it's in session. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow this government to avoid scrutiny through intimidation. Will the government finally end its wall of silence and come clean, really clean, with Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this government is really clean. What's different is the Liberal Party, if they believe they had...
Order. 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 There seems to be excessive yelling today. I know it's Friday. I'd remind honourable members it's Friday, and perhaps we can just quiet down and be thankful that it's Friday. The Government House Leader has the floor, and we want to hear the answer. There was a question asked. It's provoked an answer.
Say it outside, Boris. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands a flyer for a Liberal Party riding event tonight in Mississauga Streetsville. It's an event not to miss, and proceeds will go to support Bonnie Crombie and the Mississauga Streetsville Federal Liberal Association. We all know that corporate contributions to political parties and riding associations are now banned. Well, welcome. Thank you to our sponsors, Great Lakes Brewery, Pizza Pizza, Barak Foods. That's why they have no credibility on these issues.
Gave us a mandate to keep an eye on the Conservatives.
The Conservatives' tactics in the committee show clearly that they're trying to sweep everything under the carpet. Are they going to disclose everything before the next elections? Canadians deserve better. Why is the government doing everything it can to avoid ensuring that the truth comes out with respect to Conservative electoral funding practices? What exactly are they afraid of? The Honourable Government House Leader in the House.
My friend about these corporate sponsorships, and you know, I thought one thing the Liberals would never do was go anywhere near the word sponsorship again. But notwithstanding that, this flyer, authorized by the CFO for the Mississauga Streetsville Liberals, is for the Spectacular Carnival. That's what the event is called, sponsored by all these corporate folks who are banned from making contributions to the Liberal Party. The only thing scary about this event is that it shows the Liberal Party just hasn't changed.
They haven't learned. Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, not only has the Conservative Party exceeded the election spending limit by more than $1 million, they also tried to claim rebates from taxpayers to which they were not entitled. Even worse, we are being told that part of that rebate money has already been paid out to Conservative riding associations. Will the government commit today to get this taxpayers' money back from the Conservative Party?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
You know, Mr. Speaker, you have to admire the chutzpah and lack of shame of the Liberal Party that notwithstanding this clear evidence, they're still in the same old business, that the law doesn't permit, that they keep coming back with these questions. You know, the fact is, this party hasn't changed. That Liberal Party, it has not changed. They continue to practice the same kind of practices, purely against the law. Corporate contributions when they're not permitted. I have yet to hear an explanation.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, truth seems to needle this House Leader. The government must represent the interest of all Canadians, not the Conservative Party. And when Elections Canada has ruled that the Conservative Party broke the law, that they tried to bilk taxpayers for millions of dollars, and that a substantial amount has already been paid out, Canadians are demanding action. I ask again, will the government stand up for Canadian taxpayers and demand the Conservative Party repay any money they have already received from their election financing scheme?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the honourable member is going to be at the corporate-sponsored Liberal Spectacular tonight, but it's clear to me they have not changed. The Conservative Party, though, has not changed. We have always followed the law. We continue to follow the law. And if they believed anything different on Wednesday, they would have voted to have an election. They didn't. That's because even they don't believe their crazy allegations.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, order. Mr. Speaker, Energy Alberta, which promotes the nuclear energy to extract minerals, has asked for a permit or license to create new facilities. The Prime Minister said in the speech from the throne that he will have a single wicket service for this type of permitting. But this will sidestep the issuance of regulations necessary for this nuclear facility in Alberta. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I'm new to this portfolio. I'm just becoming aware of the issues with regards to this issue, but I know that the Minister has been working on the issue. He will continue to work on it, and he's going to be consulting with industry and with government as we go forward.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry. The Parliamentary Secretary should have done his homework. The government must know that the physical security, environmental safety of Quebecers and Canadians must be reassured before building new nuclear facilities in Canada. And that's why the licensing process takes so long. Regulations are needed. And the speech from the throne made mention of this. The government is the government aware of the fact that this whole issue of nuclear waste is not resolved, that by softening the regulations at this time would be completely irresponsible. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Perfectly clear, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's in Alberta or Ontario, this government has absolutely no intention whatsoever to water down any environmental or any nuclear safety regulation. This is something that is tremendously important for Canada. The issue of respect to nuclear waste is certainly a fair point, but it's certainly better than pumping huge amounts of greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. It's certainly better than polluting our air and causing smog. This government will work constructively with the government of Alberta, with the province of Ontario to ensure that any provincially led process, Mr. Speaker, will follow our environmental standards and nuclear safety standards to the fullest extent.
The Honourable Member for Berthier, Mesquin-Angers. Mr. Speaker, the member for Lévis-Bellechasse tried to convince us that his government really took the plight of our planet into consideration. But given the proliferation of blue algae, the government is refusing to take action. And knowing that laundry detergent and dishwasher detergent is contributing to this, if the government really has at heart the quality of the environment, will it not support the block bill that wants to reduce phosphates in detergent? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. The government knows that the presence of blue algae in our lakes and rivers is a very serious problem. We're in the process of working with the provinces and with industry and environmental leaders to deal with this problem, but we have already taken action. In September, we made an announcement that this government will be the first government in the history of Canada to take action.
Clearly, Mr. Speaker, that we will no longer allow the dumping of raw sewage into our lakes, rivers and oceans. This is real action to come.
The Honourable Member for Berthier, Miskin-Angers. If the government really wants to show its determination to take action, it has available to it a very easy way to do this. It only has to amend the regulation and add phosphate to the list. Will it be doing this? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Let's be clear, putting phosphates making our way into our rivers and lakes is a significant environmental concern. We believe that a more holistic approach is required. There's a definite issue with respect to consumer products. This only deals with 1% of the blue-green algae problem in our lakes and rivers, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're working with the provinces, we're working with industry and with environmentalists on a comprehensive strategy, including the banning of dumping of raw sewage into our waterways, something that could have happened years ago but didn't get done by previous governments, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, the former Conservative candidate in Bourassa, which is not in Mississauga-Streetsville, said he was asked to participate in the in-and-out scheme by Michael Fortier's lieutenant, Benoit Larocque. Mr. Larocque called this transaction just in-and-out. Repeatedly, Conservatives have come forward explaining why Elections Canada has ruled that they exceeded their spending cap and claimed bogus rebates. Not once, Mr. Speaker, not twice, but dozens of times. Why won't the minister responsible for Elections Canada demand that the Conservative Party comply with the law? Why won't he answer this question just once?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't hear anybody from the Liberal Party answering the question on their spectacular carnival with the corporate sponsorships, which the Act doesn't permit. That's happening tonight. I don't know if the honourable member is going to the spectacular. But seriously, we have responded clearly because our financing activities all conform with the law. They are consistent with the law. They have been in the past, they have been in the future, and they're consistent with the practices of other political parties.
Honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
That's an answer disguised only as the truth, Mr. Speaker. The government claims this was local advertising, but their own local candidates have said, quote, it's national advertising is what it is, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the House Leader repeats the same answers that are no longer even tethered to reality or geography. They aren't answers at all. When will this government act responsibly, drop their wasteful lawsuit against Elections Canada, and force the Conservative Party to comply with the law? No disguise.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, no disguise. They're going to be wearing disguises at the spectacular, embarrassed about their corporate sponsorship. But that aside, we take these matters seriously within our party. Even if the Liberal Party will not change, that's the party that took over $40 million of taxpayers' money in the sponsorship scandal, never gave it back. We don't know where it is. We didn't do that, however. We follow the law. All our activities conform with the law, and they will in the future. The accusations are false. He doesn't believe them himself.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, Conservative candidates alerted Elections Canada about this fraud. Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. They told Elections Canada that the money was just a transaction that was in and out, in and out. That's it. Their candidate in Constance Stansted even defends Elections Canada's decision and said that it was logical to do this, but it's illegal. Will they admit that they were caught with their pants down and they were not allowed to do this? Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we've made it clear on many occasions all our financing activities are illegal. There's no scandal here. If there was any hint of a scandal, if they believed anything that they are saying, on Wednesday they would have voted to have an election. They didn't. They chose to give this government a mandate to govern. That's because they don't believe their own questions.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the Elections Act is clear. If a candidate claims an expense, he must have had to pay for that expense. What don't they understand about that, Mr. Speaker? There are Conservative candidates who tells us the party gave us money because that allowed them to have more spending by the central campaign beyond the limits. Well, seems to me they should understand that. In this case, the government had a choice. They had the choice to either follow the act or follow its own interests, and that's what they did. Today, will they agree to obey the law? The Honourable Government House Leader.
They had a choice. If they took their allegations seriously, they could have acted as if they took their allegations seriously. They had a choice on Wednesday, and they made that choice. Clearly, they don't believe their own allegations on this, and the reason they don't believe it is because this party is clean. All our activities follow the law. They have in the past. They will in the future.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in Thunder Bay, our Prime Minister made a historic announcement by protecting over 10,000 square kilometres of Lake Superior, including the lake bed, islands, and North Shore lands. This will become the largest freshwater marine protected area in the world. Wow. The World Wildlife Fund, the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, Prince Philip, and local First Nations are all in agreement that this is the right thing to do. Can the Minister of the Environment please expand on why yesterday's announcement was a great day for Canada?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the World Wildlife Fund said yesterday that standing up and protecting Lake Superior was made for a superior day for the environment in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. Previous governments studied this issue, did reports, had consultations, but, Mr. Speaker, they never act. And yesterday, we acted to save and protect 10,000 square kilometres of Lake Superior for conservation for future generations. We're acting and we're working to get the job done, Mr. Speaker. And the most important part, we worked in concert with the government of Dalton McGuinty. Now there's a real partnership, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Speaker, in a display designated to demonstrate who's really in charge of the war, the Chief of the Defence Staff made an impromptu visit to Kandahar. He stated clearly that Canada should be in Afghanistan for another 10 years. Two questions, Mr. Speaker. First, did General Hillier inform the Defence Minister of his plans, or did he inform the Prime Minister? And secondly, why is the assessment of the war by General Hillier so wildly different than that of this government in their own throne speech?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been clear. We continue to be clear. It was passed in the throne speech, which was endorsed by the Liberals. Building the capacity of the Afghan people to look after themselves is going to take a long time. There's no question about that. We believe it can be done by 2011, the end of the Afghanistan Compact. As has already been stated, we've commissioned a very distinguished panel to inform members of Parliament. Members of Parliament will get to decide, will get to debate it. The ultimate decision will come from this House.
Honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
So, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister's office is fuming over this trip. There's nothing that the Conservatives hate more than a script that they have not written.
Exactly.
The government's spending $86 million a month on this war, Mr. Speaker, and an extension of 10 years would mean a bill reaching over $10 billion. Wow. Mr. Speaker, serious questions are being raised about civilian control over the Department of National Defence. Who's calling the shots? Who is calling the shots at the Department of National Defence? Is it the Minister or is it the General?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing fuming in here is the rhetoric and exaggeration from the NDP. Let me say one more time, we are taking this mission extremely seriously. We're the only government that's taken it as serious as we are. We've committed to our Afghan people. We've committed to our alliance. We've committed to the Afghanistan Compact. We've appointed a panel to advise Parliament and advise parliamentarians on the way ahead. We will listen very, very carefully to those recommendations. All of those recommendations will be debated in Parliament. It will be Parliament that decides, including the members of the opposition, if they will just hold down the rhetoric and the exaggeration. We'll get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week I asked the Minister of Public Works and Public Safety what he's doing to ensure that the RCMP has clear procedures in place for the safe use of tasers. Since then, I've had a barrage of calls and letters from irate and concerned Canadians who feel that the Minister's answer wasn't good enough. Can the Minister assure this House that procedures will be put in place and that the use of tasers is safe?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the procedures are already in place for the use of tasers. And Minister Day will be receiving a report on the matter. Minister of Public Safety, I'm sorry. And as is an ongoing investigation, it would be inappropriate for me, Mr. Speaker, to comment it further.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, timing is crucial. The mother of the Polish man who died 2 weeks ago lives in Kamloops. She is inconsolable, and she gets no answers. Canadians need answers now before more lives are lost. Can this government assure Canadians that the RCMP will be given clear procedures for the proper use of tasers and that tasers themselves are a safe form of restraint?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already said, there are clear rules for the use of tasers throughout the police agencies in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, this matter is under review, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment further on a particular incident.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Cancel.
Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne deceptively promises to improve support for our veterans who have contributed so much to defending Canada in the past. The Prime Minister gave his word to 150,000 veterans exposed to defoliants between 1956 and 84 in Gagetown. He promised that they'd receive immediate and full compensation, yet the package the government offered only applies to those exposed in 66 and 67. Why did the Prime Minister break his promise to our brave veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that member to examine Dr. Furlong's report commissioned by that government. He might know the answer to that. But, Mr. Speaker, that is a government that had 13 years to do it and didn't get the job done. Mr. Speaker, here's a partial list of what they didn't do and what they did when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, that's the same party that cut VIP services to Allied veterans. They cut them out, eliminated them, Mr. Speaker. Cut burial programs for our veterans. That's their record, Mr. Speaker. They cut veteran travel rates and treatment benefits to veterans, Mr. Speaker. That's their sorry record in terms of veterans and treatment of veterans.
Honourable Member for Cape Breton Cancel.
And, Mr. Speaker, committee knows that the promise was made within committee by the minister as well. Mr. Speaker, they've refined promise breaking on that side of the aisle. In a letter to Mrs. Joyce Carter, a constituent of mine, a veteran's widow, the Prime Minister unequivocally promised that he would, and I quote, immediately extend Veterans Independence Program services to widows of all Second World War and Korean War veterans, end quote. So far, the promises are not kept. We've seen the budget, no sign. We've seen the throne speech, no sign. When will the Prime Minister break the news about the broken promises to Mrs. Carter?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll know that we've honoured every promise that we made to the veterans in our platform, every one of them, Mr. Speaker. And I remind the member that I've met with Mrs. Carter and I've outlined our plans for BIP to her. She knows those plans, as does the member, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, he's playing, obviously, politics on this issue, but he didn't actually listen very carefully, Mr. Speaker, because his party is actually the party that came into this House deliberately and consciously stood in their places and took VIP services away from our Allied veterans. That's their record on VIP, Mr. Speaker. We're going to get it fixed. We made that commitment. We'll do it.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, we found out through the Chief of Defence Staff, Rick Hillier, that Canada would probably have to participate in the Afghan mission for another 10 years. In the throne speech, the government stated that the mission could end in 2011, the end of the Afghan compact. How can the government promise the end of the mission for 2011 where its Chief of Defence Staff says the opposite? Can we find out who's telling the truth here? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we consulted Parliament a year ago on the mission in Afghanistan, the extension of the mission. The House agreed to February 2009, and now we've told parliamentarians and Canadians that we will continue to consult the House on the future of the mission. We're waiting the expert panel report, and I await the contribution of all members on this issue. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Will the Manley Committee and the speech from the throne simply spoke in mirrors to gain time and have us accept that the Afghanistan mission will last a lot longer than predicted, as stated by the Chief of Defence Staff, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs? Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that Mr. Manley agreed to preside over this panel with other eminent Canadians who've made a contribution in the past. Now it's an independent group that will file a report in Parliament, and we will take into account the recommendations in the debate. Now, I hope that the members of the bloc
will take part in a positive manner.
Grant.
Mr. Speaker, our auto industry is facing a crisis. This government is negotiating a free trade deal with South Korea that will have devastating impacts on the industry. This unfair deal will open the Canadian market to more imported vehicles, while, incredibly, not letting any Canadian-made vehicles enter South Korea. Mr. Speaker, when will this government actually do something to support the auto sector and assist our Canadian auto workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Well, it's pretty ironic, Mr. Speaker, that the member would speak about doing things for the auto sector, given the fact that during the 13 years that the Liberal Party was in power, they failed to negotiate. They only negotiated 4 bilateral trade agreements with other nations in the world. This government is aggressively pursuing the negotiation of agreements which will help Canadians prosper, which will ensure that we are able to continue to expand on our business opportunities, not only in North America, but around the world. And I think it's pretty ironic that the member would raise that, given the lack of presence by the Liberal Party in terms of the throne speech and every other issue of importance to the auto industry.
The Honourable Member for Robertval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is supporting the offer, but the Bloc Québécois is spreading disinformation and scare tactics. What are they? They're trying to have producers believe that we will not be preserving supply management. Can the Secretary of State for Agriculture confirm that the government will help preserve this system that is so essential to Quebecers and to all Canadians? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Robertval-Lac-Saint-Jean for his excellent question. In the last 20 months, we've done convincing things to help supply management after 13 years of inaction by the Liberals. We have a throne speech now, and we solidly support supply management. For partisan purposes, the Bloc voted against our throne speech and against supply management. That's pretty tough. They will never gain power, but they continue to vote against throne speeches. So perhaps for once they could have, I hope that they won't do it again, because our producers will certainly send them packing.
The Interior. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this week representatives of the Canadian Federation of Students came to Ottawa to talk to us. They are here to tell us that tuition fees are too high. Sometimes they reach over $5,000 a year. These days, it's normal to finish one's university studies with debts of $40,000 to $50,000. And yet, the only time young people are mentioned in the throne speech is under the crime section. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally help our students and invest in their future and the future of our country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Proud to say that our government is committed to the students. The government offers $5 billion annually in direct support to students, including the Canada Student Loans Program, which provides loans or grants and students based on assisted financial payments. Thank you. The review is, Mr. Speaker. We've also expanded the eligibility for the Canada student loans. We've eliminated the federal income tax on the income from the scholarships and grants, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we are...
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Speaker, let's ask that to the students in my riding at Selkirk College, what they're seeing in front of them. Let's ask that of the students in the rest of Canada. We have $14 billion in unexpected surpluses, and not one concrete penny has gone to our kids to afford the schooling they need. Before coming to Ottawa, I was a teacher, and I tried to instill in my students the value of lifelong learning. It's not fair that a rich country such as ours places such a low value on our students and is not willing to invest in their future. Other prosperous countries have free tuition. Mr. Speaker, what's wrong with us? The NDP has a plan to help students. Will this government work with us to implement our proposals and invest in...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Continue to tell the member that we, with all due respect, we have expanded, eliminated federal income tax on all income from scholarships, bursaries, and fellowships. We provided over $1.7 billion through tax credits for books and tuition. We strengthened the RESP program. We invested $1 billion into post-secondary education. We provided $2 billion through scholarships, bursaries, and grants. Mr. Speaker, we provided more. And Mr. Speaker, those people did.
Absolutely.
They didn't get it done.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent Saint Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On July 24th, the CRTC gave Avis de Recherche a license which helps police authorities catch criminals with the help of the public. Rather than recognize this innovative service, this conservative government kowtowed to Quebecor and asked the CRTC to review its decision. Mr. Speaker, why is it that a government that says it's tough on crime wants to shut down Avis de Recherche? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
We all know that the CRTC is a body that is independent of this House, and our government continues to monitor these things very closely.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal government just didn't get it done on foreign credentials. They made promise after promise but delivered nothing. Unlike the Liberals, we are getting the job done on foreign credentials, Mr. Speaker. Would the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship Immigration please inform the House how our government is assisting foreign-trained individuals and new Canadians to access what they need to become accredited here in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for a question. Mr. Speaker, today we are pleased to announce that 75 Service Canada centres across Ontario are now providing in-person foreign credential information and referral services to the new foreign credential referral office. Now, Ontario newcomers will have more locations where they can go to receive information and in-person help on how to get their credentials assessed and recognized more quickly. By the end of this year, these services will be available across the country at 320 Service Canada outlets. This is good news for new immigrants. It's good news for Canada. We're getting the job done, unlike the previous government that did nothing for 13 years under 6 ministers and 4 terms in government.
The Honourable Member for Humber St. Barbe Bay Vert.
Mr. Speaker, in 2003, an historic plan was mapped out to recognize the full Aboriginal status of the Mi'kmaq people under the membership of the Newfoundland and Labrador Federation of Indians. The Honourable Marc Lalonde was asked to chart a course for the status of a landless, reserveless band with full economic, social and Aboriginal benefits going to the members. He did just that, Mr. Speaker, and Cabinet approved formal negotiations to proceed under this framework. Can the Minister of Indian Affairs report to this House if the government has continued to negotiate with the FNI under the original Lalonde plan, and if so, whether we're near ratification?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. Of course, the Government of Canada is very mindful of the Mi'kmaq in that region, and specifically in Newfoundland. We continue these negotiations, and we're hopeful that there will be a resolution in the short term.
The Honourable
Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, in order to maintain their activities against all odds, whereas financial compensation is still being waited for, the producers in Saint-Amable who are faced with the golden nematode have to face ever more difficult rules. The children are leaving family businesses. When will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister said in November 2006 that the problem would be solved in Saint-Amand? How can he explain that they're still waiting for a long-term aid plan? The Honourable Minister of State. Our government has shown leadership. A lot of money was put on the table. Money continues to flow. Things are going well with the producers. We're in talks with them, and there is a plan that is being applied as we speak. That is action, Mr. Speaker. We know that under the Liberals, nothing would have been done. With the Bloc, nothing can be done. With us, it's leadership, and we deliver the goods.
That will conclude question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 83, Sub 1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, the Wage Earner Protection Program Act, and Chapter 47 of the Statutes of Canada 2005. I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
Here, here.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, could the Government House Leader confirm that this Notice of Ways and Means motion in fact relates to what we knew in the previous sitting of Parliament as Bill C-62?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I believe that's correct.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills.
Mr. Hearn just left.
Who?
Mr. Hearn just left.
Sorry, the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Another one to table, however, it has already been retrieved by your staff from me. So,
Half a shake. Half a shake.
House Leader then has on tabling of documents.
To Standing Order 83 Sub 1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to amend the Income Tax Act, including amendments in relation to foreign investment entities and non-resident trusts. I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
Very good. Tabling of documents, then. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Monsieur Cannon.
Mr. Cannon, seconded by Mr. Hearn, asks leave to introduce an act to amend the Pilotage Act. The motion is deemed adopted.
Mr. Hearn moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading.
Quand ce projet de loi?
When shall this bill be read a second time?
The next sitting of the House. Mr. Hearn for Mr. Lunn, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Civil Liability and Compensation for Damage in Case of a Nuclear Incident. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Hearn pour Monsieur.
Mr. Hearn for Mr. Lunn, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Visual Identification of Voters. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed.
It's deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Ministers. Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, not on a motion but on a point of order. I was not given an opportunity yesterday to designate the allotted days for next week. Normally I would do that in response to the Thursday question, but it was not asked. So I would like to designate Monday, October 29th and Thursday, November 1st as allotted days.
Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These constituents of mine are from Leask and Saskatoon and Hafford and Mayfair and other parts of my riding, and they're calling on Parliament to end the registration requirement for non-restricted long guns. And a second petition here, Mr. Speaker, a number of constituents from Warman and Saskatoon in the riding of Saskatoon-Wanuskewin, and they are calling on Parliament to increase the age of sexual consent from 14 years of age to 16 years of age. And the present legislation before the Senate right now is in respect of that very thing, and of course we do hope that that bill will be passed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a petition from petitioners from the riding of Beaches, East York, that are asking that the overturn the CRTC's inexplicable and harmful decision to accept 9 Chinese state-run television services to the eligible list for distribution on a digital basis, broadcasting public notice, CRTC 2006-166. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table a petition containing 1,159 signatures. These petitioners from across Canada, but specifically my riding of Cambridge North Dumfries and the riding of Oxford, have raised serious concerns about Canada Pacific Railway and its lack of civic, social, and corporate responsibilities, as well as its refusal to cooperate and respect the communities it steamrolls through. CP Rail is planning on constructing a bargain basement rail yard which, in the opinion of all levels of government, fails to adequately protect the environment and threatens the current living conditions of many Canadians. CP is flaunting the fact that federal laws have little jurisdiction over them. We will not be railroaded by the railroad. The petitioners ask that the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of the Environment, the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, the Ministers of Public Safety, as well as the Minister of Health, use their collective influence to immediately require Canada Pacific Railway to appropriately protect the environment and show some respect for these Canadians and start acting like good neighbours should.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present 3 petitions from the residents of Sarnia-Lambton. The first one, signed by 134 constituents, supporting Remembrance Day as a national holiday. The second one, supported by 398 constituents, supporting Remembrance Day as a national holiday. And the third petition, signed by 1,031 constituents, calling on the government to continue its work to combat trafficking of persons worldwide. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills.
Reading of Bill C2, Tackling Violent Crime Act.
Prior to a question period, the Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe had the floor for questions and comments, and it was his turn to reply to a comment made by one of the other honourable members, and I'd call on the member then for Moncton Riverview Dieppe, who has a little over 8 minutes remaining in the time allotted for questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Sherwood Park for his comment. I know the member has served long and has a distinguished career in Parliament and has had a keen interest in criminal justice issues over that time. I've had occasion to review remarks that he has made, and I've heard him speak at Justice Committee from time to time. So I'm a bit perplexed. I have indeed great respect for his comments, and in fact, when he comments that prorogation is a privilege at the decision of a government leader to take such a decision, and it had been used in the past by Liberal prime ministers, I take it that perhaps he approves of that and feels that the current prime minister was certainly within his right and certainly did the right thing by proroguing Parliament. My comment, if it was misconstrued in the speech, I say to you, Mr. Speaker, was misconstrued by the member from Edmonton Sherwood Park, was that by proroguing Parliament, these bills were killed in their tracks, and to bring them back under the guise that somehow the previous Parliament and Committee and Senate, for that matter, had unduly delayed them is misleading. To say that prorogation is a right of a Prime Minister is absolutely true, and that it has been used before, absolutely. If the member is then endorsing what previous Liberal governments have done in prorogation, then I'm okay with his comments and I understand them perfectly. If the member is saying that by abstaining with respect to the speech from the throne, we have done something that previous Conservative oppositions have not done, then that would not be the truth either. In fact,
The Conservative opposition abstained as early or recently as May of 2005. So if I threw the member off with my comments with respect to parliamentary procedure and government prerogative, I apologize. I'm new at this House. All I know is that I worked, and many members did, around this House for a year and a half on justice bills that were killed by the prorogation. C2 attempts to correct that. Let's move the justice agenda forward and make our society a safer place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, I always want to say Elk Island, Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, my Elk Island legacy, I think, will last forever here. So I would like to use this occasion, if I might, Mr. Speaker, to correct the record. When I was speaking of the prorogations of the House, unfortunately, I looked at the wrong place on my notes, and the reference that I made to an 11-day existence of a Parliament after a throne speech was actually at the defeat of the government and not on a prorogation. So I made that error, and I'd like to correct that record. So thank you.
The questions and comments? Okay. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Didn't realize we were going to be moving on this quickly, which is a good development, Mr. Speaker, because it'll move these bills along as opposed to the government's approach, which has been one of delay. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I want to do a quick resume of what has happened in this Parliament starting in roughly mid-February of 2006. At which time we were faced with a large number of crime bills by this government. Mr. Speaker, I took the opportunity to go through the list that have been dealt with in one form or another, and the list was quite lengthy. We had, starting with C9, which was a bill on conditional sentencing. That one's through through both houses and has royal assent. There was one on the Judges Act. That was C17. Same thing. It's all through. Another one relating to DNA identification. Through. C19. This was on street racing, a particular emotional point for the Conservative Party. We got that one through. There was one on criminal interest rate. That was C26. Through. There was one on that had to deal with international crime syndicates and the need to fight corruption at that level, coming out of the UN, C48, through. The next one was one dealing with, very quickly through this House, the illegal recording of movies. Went through with all parties cooperating very quickly, never even went to committee. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we've had C22, which actually is part of C2, the bill that's before us now, passed at second reading in the Senate, all through this House, all the way to the Senate. C10, important bill on mandatory minimums, through this House, in the Senate at first reading. Similarly with C23, through this House, in the Senate. 23 is not part of this bill. Not sure what they're going to do with that, Mr. Speaker, if they're going to bring that one back or not. And then C35, which was the bill dealing with bail reviews involving gun crimes, or alleged gun crimes, and the reverse onus being placed. Again, through all the work in this House, in the Senate. The final bill, with regards to work that we had done, and almost through this House, was the bill dealing with the impaired driving. And that had cleared the committee and was coming back to the House. Would have been back in the House if we hadn't prorogued in middle part of September. The final bill that was still in committee that we have, and these are all the bills we've had from the government, was still in committee. We had just started. We'd had, I think, 3 or 4 meetings taking witnesses on that bill, and that was the bill that deals with dangerous offenders and amendments to recognizance in the criminal code. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there were at least 4 to 6, something in that range, private members' bill coming from, all of them coming from the Conservative Party, interestingly enough, that we dealt with and passed, or dealt with in one fashion. One had to be withdrawn. But we dealt with those as well. All of that work being done at the Justice Committee, with the exception, and this is really interesting, Mr. Speaker, with 2 bills that went to Special Legislative Committee, because the Justice Committee's work was so great that we moved them into special committees. But we worked on those, and we got those through. So that's all the work that we've done in a little over 18 months. And yet, in spite of that, Mr. Speaker, there's 2 things that this government does. Constantly complains about the length of time it takes, which they could have done with much better by originally having omnibus bills. And I've said that in the House to the point that I'm almost sick of hearing it myself, and I'm sure everybody else in this House is. But it's the way they should have conducted themselves. But, of course, because of their political agenda of wanting to highlight each one of these, they didn't put them together. Finally came to their senses and realized that it is a way of moving bills through this House more rapidly. But we did all of that work, Mr. Speaker. And now what we're hearing, and this is the second point I want to make about this government, is that the delay is the fault of the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely false. One can see from the length of the list of bills that we've had to deal with, plus the private members' bills, plus working on 2 legislative committees in addition to all the work that we've done at Justice, nobody in the opposition has done any delaying. The delay with regards to the 5 bills that are incorporated now into C2 are entirely at the feet of this government, entirely. They prorogued, that cost us a month. And, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to know what would have happened in that 1 month time. It's my opinion that all 3 of the bills that were in the Senate would have been through and ready for royal assent, which again is in the hands of the government. So those bills probably, if the government had conducted themselves with any kind of efficiency, would be law today. The 4th bill, the one dealing with impaired driving, which again is part of C2, would have come to this House in the middle part of September when we came back. There was not a great deal of debate because that bill, although I had some reservations about it, my party had some, we in fact are supporting it. And that bill would have had some debate in the House at report stage and 3rd reading, but it would have been through the House and at least at 1st reading in the Senate now, perhaps at 2nd reading, and it's not beyond the pale to think that that bill also would have cleared the Senate and it would have been ready for royal assent. Mr. Speaker, this bill bothers me. Of all the ones that we've got, this one bothers me the most because of the conduct of the government in leading the individuals, and I'm including police officers and police associations, who lobbied really heavily to get this legislation. I think in particular of the families and supporters of MAD, Mothers Against Drug Driving, that they would have misused the loyalty and the support that those groups had given to this bill by leading them to believe somehow that the opposition was holding it up, when in fact it was prorogation and then this tactic of combining it in with these other bills to actually slow down its passage. Because otherwise, Mr. Speaker, there's a reasonably good chance it would be law, and if not, it would be in its final stages at the Senate, and certainly would be law by the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, that is much less likely to happen now. It is more likely that this bill will not get final approval and royal assent until well into the spring, no matter what the government does or tries to do, and quite frankly, whatever we can do to be cooperative in getting these bills forward. Mr. Speaker, our party was quite prepared to have all of those bills that I've mentioned, all 4 of them that form 80% of the C2, back at their original stages. And again, so they would be law or on the verge of becoming law, that is, having royal assent today, as opposed to what's likely to happen now, that it's going to be after the new year and maybe well into the spring before these bills become law, assuming, of course, that this government doesn't collapse and we have an election, which is another problem. So they've done that, Mr. Speaker. They've delayed it, and in addition to that, they have clearly pushed it back at least into the new year, and with a real possibility, Mr. Speaker, of an election intervening and a number of these provisions never seeing the light of day until after the election, and we come back and start the process all over again. And, Mr. Speaker, that is really reprehensible conduct on the part of the government, and the only reason they're doing it is so that they can stand up in the public and say, we're tough on crime. They do the macho thing, they beat their chest, they do the King Kong thing as if they're coming out of a jungle, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is that the delay is all at their feet. And again, I'm really angry, Mr. Speaker, when I think of all of the work that so many groups have done, victims of crimes in particular, have done, and now are being misused by this government in such a way. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take up much more time, but I do want to address the final bill that was at committee. That was C-27. It's now part of C-2. And it deals with two aspects and two amendments to the criminal code. One would be on the provisions relating to dangerous offenders, and the other is with regards to recognizance. The provisions with regards to recognizance, I think I can say this safely for all the opposition parties, that we are in support of those provisions. They give additional authority to our judiciary to deal with people who are out in the community on their own recognizance, but we can put additional conditions on them. The bill provides for things like requiring them to wear monitoring devices. And there's a number of other provisions that would substantially improve security in our communities for people who have now been released from charges and who have already served their time. It's a substantial step forward. It's one that's been needed. I've said this in the House before. When I started practicing law back in the early 1970s, we needed it at that time. And successive governments have tended to shy away from it. Our judiciary has attempted in a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker, to introduce these types of control devices, if I can put it that way, in terms of sentencing or conditions imposed on people. And they have consistently lost in our courts of appeal. And so it required legislative intervention. It's in this bill, and we need to pass that through and get it into play so our judges can do a better job of helping protect Canadians, which they want to do. The other part in this provision, Mr. Speaker, the old C-27, now part of C-2, is with regards to dangerous offenders. And we have significant problems, Mr. Speaker, with this. Originally, when the bill came before the House as C-27, all three opposition parties indicated that on principle they had to vote against it because it has a provision of reverse onus with regards to the dangerous offenders. All of us believing that section, that part of the bill, would suffer a charter challenge, and a charter challenge that would be successful in striking it down. Exposing, Mr. Speaker, and this is the thing I don't think this government has ever understood, exposing not only that to be struck down, but perhaps the whole dangerous offenders section being struck down. Much as we just saw with the security certificates, where the Supreme Court said, if you can't fix this, they're all going down. The same type of thing could happen in a ruling on dangerous offenders. This government has never understood that. Ultimately, the opposition parties decided that there were perhaps ways of amending this in committee to make it, to improve the use of the dangerous offenders, because we know we need to do that, and at the same time make sure that the section was not jeopardized by a charter challenge at some point in the future, a successful charter challenge. And so we were working on that when we ended in June, Mr. Speaker. We fully expected, that was one of the bills at the Special Legislative Committee, that we would be back, we would be working on this in September, we would complete the witnesses and improve the bill by way of amendments. And if not, then I suppose we would have been faced with a conundrum of whether we could support it or not. And that is where we were at this point. But that bill, Mr. Speaker, needs significant work in order to be sure that we don't lose the dangerous offenders section, the entire dangerous offenders section of the criminal code. We will be doing that work, Mr. Speaker, as soon as we can get this committee up and running again and the bill over to it. But, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear, and I want to end with this, that this government, and I don't say this about the opposition parties, this government is prepared to play politics with public safety. They want to be seen as the champion, and they're prepared to take these kind of maneuvers of delaying these bills by incorporating them all into C2 so that they can do that. So they can stand up in this House and they can stand up in the media and out on the hustings and say, we were the champions of it, when in fact the truth is just the opposite. They were guilty. They are guilty of delay. The opposition parties are not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be part of this debate because I think it is important public safety for all Canadians and all parties in this House. I really believe that all parties in this House work to improve the public safety of Canadians. And in that regard, I've had the pleasure over the years to work on the Justice Committee, and I did so with this particular member, and on the Public Safety Committee with this particular member. And I'll just go back to the time period when we were working when the Conservative government came into power. And there was a large number of bills introduced, but that sat on the order paper and were not sent to the Justice Committee, some of those for long periods of time. I want to ask this member whether or not he agrees with me that the only party is the government party that takes care of the order of business in this House, and how long some of those original pieces sat on the order paper after they were first introduced. And I would also like to say that I believe that the Justice Committee of this Parliament and this House is a very effective way of improving legislation. Now, a lot of the bills that were introduced as part of the original agenda were bills that were actually researched and widely consulted under the former Liberal government. And in fact, those pieces tended to go much more quickly in committee because a lot of the concerns had been worked out and consulted and before the original bill first entered Parliament. Whereas what we're seeing is these less consulted, less prepared bills. At this stage right now, I agree with this member that most of these bills were given back to the House when they could have started at the same place where they left off before prorogation in the Senate. But we are now dealing with this as it is, and I just want to know the member's opinion about even another bill, which was the streetcar racing bill that, in fact, when I was Justice Critic before, we fast-tracked all the parties, including all the opposition parties, agreed to fast-track that bill because we wanted to see it rapidly in place. But that fast-track offer was also put in place for the bills with respect to the age of consent. And I agree with my colleague who made our original speech that the original private members bill from the Conservatives did not have the close in age exception. That's why the work that was redone was done properly. And I'd ask my honourable friend to comment on those points.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from London for her question. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt, everybody who's in this House for any length of time knows that it's the government who controls the order paper here, so that the rotation at which bills are brought forward is entirely in the hands of the government. There's nothing the opposition parties can do in that regard, and I sometimes think this is a mistake in our system, even in a minority government situation. I think on the basis of democracy that in a minority government situation that rule shouldn't be there and that opposition parties should have more control over what comes before the House. But that is not the case. The case is that the government completely controls this. And she's very right, Mr. Speaker, in terms of some of the bills sitting, and I'll use C-27, the dangerous offender section. It sat on the order paper for almost 6 months. It was introduced in this House sometime, I believe, in the fall of 2006. Yes, in the fall of 2006, and did not get to a vote for second reading and over to the committee until well into the spring of 2007. It was a good 6 months there. It just sat on the order paper. Never brought to the House so there could be debate and eventually get to a vote. It just sat there. That's a good example of how backlogged the Justice Committee had gotten to be by that point. And again, as I mentioned in my opening comments, a different approach, a more efficient approach would have moved the bills along much faster. Mr. Speaker, let me just emphasize that point. What happens is we have these series of bills, and when they get to Justice Committee, we tend to call the same witnesses on those specific points. But if they were bunched together, which is what I've been saying in this House and what they should have done originally, not now, because this just delays it now on these bills, but if they'd done it originally, instead of calling the Canadian Bar Association 8 or 10 times, they've been before us in Justice that many times, they could have probably come once, maybe twice in the same period of time, spoken on all the points, given us their information, their input. And this goes back to, again, the consultation in terms of the question in that regard. This government has refused to consult clearly with a number of groups because I think they see them as ideologically unfriendly. So they talk to the police associations, but do they talk to the Canadian Bar Association? Some, but not much. Do they talk to the criminal defense lawyers, who have some significant input to give to these bills? Hardly at all. And you can go down the list. Some of the groups that deal with people who have been charged and convicted of crimes. For women, Elizabeth Fry. For men, John Howard. They don't talk to them. They basically just don't talk to them much at all. And so that delays the process at committee, because then these groups come forward and say, here's some problems with this legislation. That's the first time we hear about it. And it could have perhaps been taken care of by consultation before it ever got to the House or to the committee. I've already mentioned the streetcar racing. All parties in this House supported that and got it through as quickly as we could. On the age of consent, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it was my fighting when we were in opposition with the former Justice Minister of the Conservatives, member from Winnipeg. It was at that point that I convinced him that we should put it in. We tried to put it into the child pornography bill that we were passing at that time, back in 2005. And then it resurrected itself in the age of consent bill that finally got before the House as C-22. And we got through and all the way to the Senate, and now it's back before this House. We're going to have to go over it all over again.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for the knowledge that this member displays on these issues. I have a question for him. He seemed to indicate that there is a potential problem with the reverse onus part of the bill. And I question the fact that for some reason there is a problem with this. See, Mr. Speaker, if a person comes up to me, points a gun at me, pulls a trigger, and misses, thankfully, to me, he's a dangerous guy. I don't want to live next door to a guy like that. I'd move away if he didn't. But, you know, I mean, that's just the first time. And the legislation that is being proposed here has a person doing things of that nature, attacking women, attacking children. I mean, he does it not once, not twice, but 3 times. Right. And in each instance, Mr. Speaker, we, the people, through the Crown, have already shown that he is dangerous because he was charged and convicted 3 times. Now, to me, the reverse onus is almost a misnomer here. We shouldn't say that. It should rather say, well, this person has proven to us, and courts have convicted him of these charges 3 times. It's now just an automatic. He's a dangerous offender and ought to be put away for a long, long time. To me, that's a given. And yet now we're somehow saying that, well, reverse onus is a violation, and some people say, well, it's because you're presumed innocent until proven guilty. Well, he has been proven guilty 3 times. Mm-hmm. And I think that what we ought to rather be doing is looking at this this issue as giving this guy a chance when he really doesn't deserve it. If he can convince the court, after being convicted 3 times, that he is in fact not a dangerous offender, then he could somehow avoid being given that designation. So I would like the member just to enlarge a little bit on the nature of his objection to this.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh should know that there is less than a minute for him to respond.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker. It would have probably taken about 10 minutes for me to explain this, both to the member and perhaps to the public watching. 2 quick points. The reverse onus, the dangerous offender section in this code, used it about 300 and some times. When this happens, when a person's found to be a dangerous offender, they go to jail and they never get out. There's only been about, I think it was 18 out of the 350 who have ever been released. That's what we're faced with. So imagine yourself, you're a judge there, and you're having to make a decision about saying to this person, okay, the criminal code says you have to prove to me why you shouldn't go to jail. I see my time is up, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what else I can say.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know that we are debating a bill that the government deems to be as being the most important aspect in the speech from the throne. That is Bill C2. There's a myth that we have to eliminate. The members on the government side have taken some liberty with the truth, and they give the impression that in this parliament it's the opposition, whether it be the Liberals, the Bloc, or the NDP. They're giving people the impression that the opposition parties don't want to cooperate and that we're obstructing affairs and that we have unduly delayed the adoption of justice bills. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to reestablish the facts, because what the government has done is dishonest and deceitful. And the Conservative government, since it came into power in January of 2006, has tabled 12 bills, 12 justice bills. And of these 12 justice bills, well, they've all gone before the House of Commons Justice Committee or in front of the Legislative Committee, and 6 received royal assent. So 6 bills which, since the government came into power in January 2006, have been adopted and received royal assent. I'll mention them very rapidly for your information. There is C9, which respect to conditional sentence, C17, judges' salaries, 618, fingerprints. Another bill referred to street fighting. Unfortunately, this was put forward by a member who is now deceased. Then there's the accelerated route. All opposition members agreed with that. C48, UN statement on crime, and a 6th bill, which was rushed through at the request of the Bloc Québécois, and everyone was in agreement on the opposition side. This was a bill concerning non-authorized reproduction of films in public places.
So I repeat, Mr. Speaker, out of these 12 bills tabled by the government, 6 received royal assent. So there are 6 left over. 4 were before the Senate. C10 on firearms offenses, C22 on the age of consent or age of protection. The Conservatives proposed raising the age of consent from 14 to 16, and opposition parties asked for a clause for a close-in-age provision, 2 or 5 years, depending on the age. C10, C22 were before the Senate. C23, a rather technical bill regarding language and juries. That was a rather technical one before the Senate. And C35, reverse onus. Before the trial takes place, reverse onus for bail considerations for a number of extremely serious offenses. We were told in committee that it was already the practice, and it was very rare, that a justice of the peace or a superior court judge bail people when they appear before trial, when those people are charged with murder or aggravated assault or sexual assault. That was established practice. So 6 bills were adopted, received royal assent. 4 bills had already gone through the House of Commons stages in third reading and were now before the Senate, which meant there were 2 left. The one on dangerous offenders, C-27, that I will have an opportunity to explain, and C-32, drug-impaired driving. So, Mr. Speaker, is it possible to ask the Prime Minister and the Conservative team to be a little more zen, to be a little more nuanced, to be a little more respectful of the opposition? Yes, we will do our job. We cooperated in the past with the government when necessary, but we put forth amendments because there's a whole portion of the Conservative caucus which has no sense of nuance. Let me give you some examples. C-32, as tabled, if we hadn't voted for it without amendment, a driver in possession of a car who had a passenger who had in his possession a small amount of marijuana could have been prosecuted. Was that the goal of the bill? The goal of the bill was to say we recognize that there's a matter of public security here. One should not drive and be on public roads when intoxicated by a drug. We recognize that there should be standardized tests for standardized sobriety, but we certainly didn't want to vote for a bill that would allow a driver who might not know that a passenger has marijuana often. Let's say I go to my cottage with 3 people and I don't know that one of them has marijuana in his pocket. I could have been prosecuted for that. So that's the kind of excess that the Conservatives are guilty of when you're talking about a bill that started with good intentions that are fully defensible. But when you let the Conservatives go forth and be governed by this excessive wing of their caucus and blinded by this law and order agenda, well, the bills must be amended. We have the example of C9. The member for London West will remember that. First of all, it was explained to us that this point of imprisonment was 5%. If you look at all sentences that were handed down in all the courts in Canada in the last few years, the possibility that someone have to spend some time of his sentence in the community only affected 5% of all sentences. If we had voted for this bill in the way, with the wording the Conservatives had presented, any offense for over 2 years would have been excluded from this tool that judges must have. They must assess the circumstances in which it's possible to have a conditional sentence. So, Mr. Speaker, I was very disappointed by the Prime Minister's attitude. They were saying, we will vote for bills, but we won't tolerate amendments. How can you be that authoritarian? How can you be so cavalier? How can you be so disrespectful of Canadian democracy and tell the 36% of our citizens who did not, or more than 36, some 60-odd% of the Canadians, 58% of people who did not vote Conservative, if you don't agree with our platform, well, you can't table amendments in this House. So I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, we will work very quickly. We will work as diligently as required by the situation, but we will table amendments if we feel that is in the interest of the people we represent. The government wants this bill to be sent to committee quickly. The leaders came to an agreement. The whip will present a motion soon, apparently. But we will cooperate as early as next week. We will be seized with the bill, but we will not be led by the nose by this government. The biggest filibuster I ever attended was when the Conservatives were in opposition. They were mean sometimes. They had filibusters that went on and on and on. Some filibusters went on days and nights. The current Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, had filibustered that turned this House upside down about employment equity. I was a young member. I was naive, fragile. I'd just been elected, Mr. Speaker, and this was my first filibuster. The current minister responsible for Indian Affairs was completely intractable on employment equity, which was the responsibility of the Canadian Human Rights Commission. So you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth at the same time. You can't, in opposition, say we're entitled to filibuster, but when you're in government, say to the opposition, you will not table any amendments. That is irresponsible and it is disrespectful. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2 contains 5 legislative measures that were merged. Of these legislative measures, 4 had been supported by the bloc with amendments. Of course, in committee, we're not going to ask to do over work that's already been done. We have some trouble with C-27. C-27, Mr. Speaker, is the bill concerning dangerous offenders. As you know, since 1947, the Criminal Code contains provisions. We never used to talk about dangerous offenders. We had another term for that, at least in French. I don't know if there are any members who have been lawyers for a number of years who may remember this expression, repris de justice. The Liberals created different categories of dangerous offenders, and that was Bill C-55. Now, what was our problem with this? And I'm telling the government, I'm very clear here, the bloc will ask that we hear 3 major groups of witness. First of all, constitutional experts on the constitutionality of reverse onus in the wording of this bill, and then we will like to hear a second group of witnesses, because let me remind you that when the Minister of Justice appeared before the Justice Committee, he was unable to tell us what is not working in the current administrative or judicial system for dangerous offenders. Because after a first serious offense, it is possible to declare someone a dangerous offender. Under the current criminal code, there's a clear provision. If there's a danger that someone cannot be controlled and will be a repeat offender, it is possible with a first offense to do this. I'm not saying that this is common practice. The reality is that dangerous offenders are a marginal phenomena. There are about 350 people that have been declared dangerous offenders, and a number of them are being supervised, but most are within federal prisons or penitentiaries. So we will ask constitutional experts. That is our responsibility. We must make sure that this bill is not unconstitutional. We will ask people who deal with this every day and have them come and explain what's not working well under the current provisions. And the third group of witnesses, where we will look at the list of offenses, because, Mr. Speaker, the bill as tabled right now contains 5 types of offenses that would allow us to declare someone a dangerous offender. Of course, we understand that these are the most serious offenses possible: attempted murder, homicide, sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault. The government wants to broaden this to 42 offenses. So there's a primary one, 22, including assault. I will not minimize the importance of assault, but one has to wonder, someone who is found guilty of assault 3 times will become a dangerous offender with every consequence that implies. So you'd have a list of designated offenses, which I agree are offenses that carry a sentence of over 5 years. But the question is it a good idea to have these 2 lists of offenses? Why are we asking this question? Not because we call into question the fact that the criminal code must contain provisions for people who are that dangerous and who are at high risk of repeat offense and who should be dangerous offenders that need to be controlled. Because when you are considered a dangerous offender, what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that you can be imprisoned for an indeterminate period. And you're deprived of your liberty, of course, of your eligibility for conditional sentencing or parole. There are situations where that is justified. We do understand that there are people who have no potential for rehabilitation. There are people that must be imprisoned indefinitely. But it is our responsibility to make sure that if we vote in favor of legislation that considerably broadens the scope of that rule, which is in itself an exceptional rule, the least thing we can do is check this in committee and make sure that there's no risk of abuse or being excessive. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are driven by political partisan considerations, partisan with a capital P, because given the circumstances in Canada right now, crime is in decline, especially when you're talking about homicide or violent crime is on the decline. I'm not saying that in some communities property crimes are not going up, but generally speaking, we know that crimes that are not minor, crimes like homicide and violent crimes, well, for many years now, there's been a decline that recorded year after year. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, people who examine these issues, criminologists and others who consider this, say that it's not true that there's a correlation between imprisonment and reducing crime in a society. We do not live in a safer society. The communities are safer because imprisonment is more frequent. As you know, the United States use imprisonment 4 times more than Canada does, but yet they have it's the opposite. They imprison 7 times more than Canada. Here it's 132 per 100,000 people. Well, now I'm told it's 108 according to the member for Marcorel-Fortin. Last time I checked, 732 in the U.S. So you see the proportion here. And you know full well that in the U.S. they have a much higher crime rate than Canada, especially Quebec. We have an even lower rate. So I'll conclude by saying that we will do our job. We are offering the government our cooperation whenever issues like this come up. We recognize the importance of this, but I call upon the Prime Minister to be a little more zen in justice matters. We will present amendments that we feel respect the practices used in Quebec. The Honourable Secretary of State and Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've done with all the speeches this afternoon, I listened with great interest to the words of my colleagues from the opposition parties. I'd like to have this opportunity to perhaps correct some of the motives he asserts or attributes to the government, the Conservative government, in bringing forward this Tackling Violent Crime Act, Bill C2, and then pose a question. Now, one of the things he said towards the end of his remarks was that he asserted that our government is driven by partisan political considerations. I would like to state for the record, Mr. Speaker, no, that what we're driven by here is to try and reform our justice system, or maybe more appropriately to state that we're driven by a desire to restore fairness and justice to our legal system in this country. And that's the real reason behind the fact that in our short-lived government we have brought forward so many new initiatives in the Justice Department to try and in fact, he mentioned the fact that we brought forward a dozen bills alone in this Parliament already. Now, the other fallacy, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to quickly correct for the record is this whole business that somehow by combining these bills, we're going to delay them. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, and my colleague clearly identified this, Bill C2, the Tackling Violent Crime Act, encompasses some 5 previous bills. And I just run through them very quickly for you, Mr. Speaker. Previously, Bill C10, Mandatory Minimum Penalties for Firearms Act, was stalled in committee for 252 days, and the bill died after a total of 414 days before Parliament. Bill C22, Age of Protection, was stalled in committee for 175 days, and the bill died after a total of 365 days before Parliament. Bill C27, Dangerous Offenders, was stalled in committee for 105 days, and the bill died after a total of 246 days before Parliament. Bill C35, Reverse Onus on Bail for Firearms Offences, was stalled in committee for 64 days, and the bill died after a total of 211 days before Parliament. And finally, Bill C32, Drug-Impaired Driving, was stalled in committee for 149 days, and the bill died after a total of 210 days before Parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians are waking up to the fact that a lot of these bills were stalled in the upper chamber in our parliamentary system. What are we talking about here? We're talking about unelected, unaccountable, Liberal-dominated, in other words, an upper chamber dominated by our process in this Parliament by the opposition. Obviously, even the temporary current leader of the official opposition, the leader of the Liberal Party, has no control over the Senate. He has no control over his colleagues over there in getting this legislation moved forward. Now, in the last election campaign, all the parties, all 4 parties running for election, said they wanted to get tough with violent crime. Yet when we put this legislation through, the Liberals allowed it to be stalled over there. So what have we done? We have combined them, Mr. Speaker, because it'll be less easy, the Senate will be less able to stall 1 or 2 bills, because Canadians will be awakened to the fact if they stall this bill, Bill C2, Canadians will clearly understand that the Liberal Party has never been serious about violent crime and getting serious about violent crime, and they say one thing, but they do the opposite.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga for the answer. Mr. Speaker, I have to inform the House that our colleague did not tell the whole truth to this House. First of all, with respect to the other bill, we had 3 meetings of the committee, so you can't tell me that we can meet 3 times as a committee and pass the bill. The House adjourned, but when the whip says that the C32 on drug-impaired driving wasn't passed, in fact, we were at report stage. We agreed in the committee that the chair could bring the bill back to the House. So why did the Prime Minister prorogue Parliament? That was the problem. I believe that the opposition parties worked well with the government, and we will not let this government tell the opposition parties that we did not do our job when we know that we will make relevant amendments to the legislation as needed. I was not elected as a Conservative. I was elected democratically by my riding to have alternatives to what the government wants to do. We will amend the bill. We will come back to a more democratic way of doing things. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do know that this particular member who has participated in the debate from the bloc does work very hard on justice bills, as I served with him for a time on C9. And that was a bill that we worked on and that was amended, and it was amended by the three opposition parties, and it passed this House and also went on from this place because it was improved. That's the whole point of going to committee and hearing witnesses. Now, I know that there are situations that even when the government introduces a bill that it thinks is perfect, that some things can slip by. Even the government can make errors. And I can just think of the example currently where we have disenfranchised rural members under the Elections Act because things weren't done properly, and even it went through committee at that stage and it wasn't picked up. But the government has a responsibility, and there is a democratic process in this House that we can deal with expeditiously with bills in committee. Now, most of the bills could have been in the Senate right now. They could have been reintroduced in the Senate. But we know that they've already passed second reading, so we want them to get to committee so they can be dealt with fast. What I need to ask this member is when a government makes mistakes like it's just done with respect to the Elections Act, it now has to have a new piece, and we get the amendments because the government is not infallible when it first introduces legislation. And sometimes we need other, even if it passes through. There used to be a court challenges program that an individual or a group could go and challenge a government's legislation, even if it had passed all the stages here and in the Senate. But we no longer have that. Does this member think that some of these issues have to be dealt with practically, logically, and completely, not just in an undemocratic way of a Prime Minister saying, I need everything, I need it yesterday? But isn't our job to make good law, good policy, and do it properly?
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, yes, Mr. Speaker. I remember with some romantic, historic perspective that there were mistakes made. We remember the authoritarian approach that we have seen at various times. We are in the opposition, and our job is to make the government even better. There is no member that goes out of this House without being exhausted from trying to make this government better. This is the British parliamentary system. The opposition improves legislation. The opposition has to work hard to take this government to task, which this government is trying to imitate the Americans in a very blatant way. We need to make sure that we go ahead properly. 6 of the crime bills were passed, 2 were in the Senate, and so that only leaves 4. There are some that have received royal assent. Some of them got fast-tracked. So I look forward to the time when we can do this better. But when this government was in opposition, we had endless filibusters. Now we are a respectful, moderate opposition. We make sure that the government is aware of our we have to go back to Thomas Aquinas and talk about virtue. No more questions and comments.
The Honourable, the Secretary of State and Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm assuming that the time for questions and comments has expired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to adopt the motion of our colleague, but since it is Friday, could I ask our colleague to call on the member for Ottawa? That is, could we ask the Deputy Speaker to just allow one more question?
I have just said that the question period is over. However, if I can find unanimous consent for this courtesy, I will agree. Is there unanimous consent?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre. No? The honourable member for Nepean.
I see, Mr. Speaker, that I've been given unanimous consent to say a few words. I'd like to thank my colleagues in the other parties for vesting such faith in me to give me this final opportunity to issue a closing word on the member's earlier remarks. Mr. Speaker, the member says that it has been his effort and the effort of other opposition members to attempt to improve the government's efforts to tackle violent crime. Does he consider it an improvement when he and other members of the Liberal opposition voted to allow arsonists, car thieves, and burglars to do their sentences in the comfort of their own home? Because that is precisely what they did in amending our bill to ban house arrest. They changed the bill to permit arsonists, car thieves, and burglars to do their sentences in our communities. They also voted against mandatory jail time for gun criminals.
What?
The Liberals, including their critic, voted against mandatory jail time for gun criminals. Has he now reversed his position? Does he now accept that those criminals should be in jail, not doing house arrest, eating popcorn in front of their television in their living rooms? Thank you.
Not to abuse of the time of the House, given the courtesy that the House has accorded for this procedure, I've allowed 1 minute for the question and 1 minute for the reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always very pleased to have an exchange with my young colleague. When we considered the bill in committee, we found it interesting that conditional sentencing was generally used with a great deal of moderation by the justice system. These were sentences used in conditional sentences. We looked at whether sometimes judges used conditional sentences unreasonably. This could happen. In that case, there is an appeal system. The government, however, has now or wants to remove that discretion from judges. And therefore, we feel that conditional sentencing should be one of the tools available to judges, and this is the position we put forth in committee.
Chief Government Whip and Secretary of State is rising to a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between all of the parties, and certainly appreciate their efforts in moving this legislation forward. And therefore, I would like to move the following motion, and I think you'll find unanimous consent for it. That notwithstanding any order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-2, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be proceeded with as follows. The bill be deemed read a second time and referred to a legislative committee. That the membership of this legislative committee be Dick Harris, Darrell Cramp, Daniel Petit, Gerald Keddy, Rob Moore, Marlene Jennings, Derek Lee, Brian Murphy, Larry Bagnall, Rael Menard, Carol Freeman, Joe Comartin, and that the chairman of the said committee be Rick Dykstra. And proceedings in the committee on the bill shall be concluded as follows. If not previously concluded by midnight on November 22, 2007, at midnight on November 22, 2007, any proceedings before the Legislative Committee shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the committee stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate. At the conclusion of the committee stage, the chairman shall be instructed to report the bill back to the House on November 23, 2007, and shall be authorized to table the report with the clerk at any time, including when the House is not sitting, if the bill is not reported back by midnight on November 23, 2007. The bill shall be deemed to have been reported from the committee without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister, does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent to introduce the motion?
Terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? En conséquence,
therefore, pursuant to the order adopted earlier this day, the bill is sent to a legislative committee. Orders of the day.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Mr. O'Connor for Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-3, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Certificate and Special Advocate, and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise before the House and discuss Bill C-3, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. The Immigration and Refugee Protection Act is an important piece of legislation as it sets out the rules by which people from across the globe may seek to come to Canada. As a country built by the imagination and dedication of many people, we truly understand the value of diversity within society. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada is known internationally as a welcoming and compassionate country. Each year, we admit more than 95 million people to our country, including 260,000 new immigrants. And while we encourage immigration, Canadians also insist on vigilance against people and organizations who would take advantage of our generosity and openness. They pose a danger to our nation and, in some cases, to other nations around the world. They have committed serious crimes or violated human rights or even taken part in terrorism. These people, Mr. Speaker, are not welcome in Canada. Canadians do not want our doors to be open to people who endanger our national security and the safety of our communities. Mr. Speaker, this government wants what Canadians want, and that is why we are unwavering in our determination to safeguard national security and to protect the safety and security of the Canadian public. One of the most fundamental responsibilities of a government is to ensure the security of its citizens, and this government has taken its commitment very seriously. The Immigration and Refugee Protection Act provides the government with a process to remove non-Canadian citizens who are inadmissible on grounds of security, violating human or international rights, serious criminality, or organized criminality. When classified information is involved in support of the inadmissibility decision, the security certificate process may be used. It has been in place for over 20 years, but has been only used 28 times since 1991. In the most serious cases, certificates have been issued against spies, terrorists, and extremists. They can never be used against a Canadian citizen. And I think that's a very important part, Mr. Speaker. They cannot be used against a Canadian citizen. Mr. Speaker, the reason Bill C-3 was introduced is quite straightforward. Security certificates are used to protect Canadians. They are a vital national security tool. And at the same time, when we take steps to protect Canadians and national security, we must also take steps to respect civil liberties and protect our core values. These values include freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. In February 2007, the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed the use of security certificates generally. However, they found aspects of the security certificate process that required legislative improvement. In addition, various parliamentary committees have recommended changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Mr. Speaker, this government has moved swiftly and is taking action. Bill C-3 is an essential public safety tool that enables us to continue to prevent inadmissible persons from remaining in Canada while ensuring that there is better protection of the rights of individuals subject to security certificates. Bill C-3 sets into law the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling on security certificates and takes into consideration the recommendations of both houses of Parliament. We have acted to strengthen the law to address the findings of the Court. Protecting both security and human rights can be a challenge. As the Supreme Court stated in its ruling, this is a tension that lies at the heart of modern democratic governance. It is a tension that must be resolved in a way that respects the imperatives both of security and of accountable constitutional governance. While the Supreme Court confirmed the use of security certificates generally and stated that one of the most fundamental responsibilities of a government is to ensure the security of its citizens, it found that there was not sufficient opportunity to challenge the government's case. The Supreme Court identified areas where the security certificate process must be changed to better protect the rights of individuals subject to a certificate. The Court noted that detention under the security certificate process did not constitute cruel or unusual punishment under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms if accompanied by a process that provides for regular opportunities for appropriate detention reviews. However, Mr. Speaker, let me stress one important fact about the security certificate process. It is not about detention, but rather about removing non-Canadian citizens because they represent threats to public safety and national security. Individuals named in a security certificate would be released from detention if they chose to leave Canada and return to their country of origin. Detention is meant to protect the safety and security of the Canadian public until they can be removed from Canada. Further, the Court said that the certificate process does not violate Section 15 rights under the Charter. That is to say, equality rights. And these are important findings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we need the security certificate process. It is a valuable public safety tool, and the Court has given the government an opportunity to amend the legislation by suspending the effect of key portions of its decision for 1 year. In addition, it must be emphasized that if we do not pass this bill by February 2008, an important public safety tool would be lost. The government would be unable to issue new certificates against non-Canadian individuals who pose a threat to the security of Canada. In addition, individuals currently subject to a security certificate would succeed on application in having their certificates quashed. This means they would no longer be subject to detention or any conditions of release which would pose serious public safety risks. So, what changes did the Supreme Court of Canada say were needed? It found that the in-camera ex parte proceedings do not provide the person named in a certificate a sufficient opportunity to know the case against them and challenge that case. The Court ruled that a process had to be put in place to better protect the interests of individuals subject to security certificates. Mr. Speaker, it also gave foreign nationals the same rights as permanent residents in the context of detention reviews. In that light, it stated that these reviews should occur 48 hours after arrest and at least once every 6 months thereafter for both foreign nationals and permanent residents. These changes took effect immediately upon the Court ruling. The special advocate function will help ensure fair court proceedings and provide a means to challenge classified evidence. As I have already mentioned, the Supreme Court indicated that a mechanism was needed to better protect the interests of individuals subject to a security certificate. Bill C-3 sets out that mechanism by introducing a special advocate in the federal court process to determine the reasonableness of the certificate. The special advocate's core role will be to protect the interest of the subject by ensuring a person's interests are adequately represented during closed court proceedings. The special advocate will be able to challenge the minister's claim to the confidentiality of classified information, as well as its relevance, reliability, sufficiency, and weight. The special advocate will also be able to make written and oral submissions to the court and question government officials involved in the case. It is important to appreciate that this model will strengthen an important public safety tool by making it fairer to the person subject to the certificate process while recognizing the need to prevent the disclosure of confidential public security information. So how does the process work? The Minister of Justice will establish a list of persons with the qualifications set out in regulations who may act as special advocates. Some of the qualifications which may be set out in regulations include membership in good standing in a Law Society of Canada, at least 5 years of relevant litigation experience, no conflict of interest, and appropriate security clearance. The special advocate will be able to communicate with the individual subject to a security certificate without any restrictions before he or she sees the classified information. At that time, the special advocate will have the benefit of a non-classified summary of the case to discuss with the subject. This should substantially assist the special advocate in preparing for the closed ex parte hearing. The special advocate will then be privy to the classified information. Now, once that happens, they can no longer communicate with anyone about the proceeding while it is ongoing, except as specifically authorized by the judge. The special advocate, Mr. Speaker, may apply to the judge for permission to communicate with the subject of the certificate. If the judge grants the request, he or she may impose conditions, such as to communicate only by writing to avoid the inadvertent disclosure of any confidential information. Another important aspect of the special advocate regime is that there is no solicitor-client relationship with the subject of the certificate. That is because it would likely create a conflict of interest for the special advocate in light of the restrictions on communication imposed once the special advocate has seen the classified information. Now, Mr. Speaker, the nature of the solicitor-client relationship, in particular the duty of candor owed to the client by his counsel, might be construed as to require the special advocate to reveal as much as possible about the classified information to the subject of the security certificate. At the same time, the special advocate would be required to protect the classified information from disclosure. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Without the solicitor-client relationship, the special advocate can still protect the interests of the subject by challenging the confidentiality of the evidence, as well as the relevance, reliability, sufficiency, and weight of that evidence. Aside from security certificate cases, other decisions made under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act may also involve the use of classified information. In the course of a judicial review of such a decision, a special advocate will be available if the judge, on a discretionary basis, concludes that considerations of fairness and natural justice require it. Bill C-3 proposes other legislative changes to meet the requirements of Supreme Court decision, address a number of parliamentary recommendations, and deal with gaps in the Act. Mr. Speaker, other legislative changes proposed in this bill include concurrent reasonableness hearings and risk assessments to streamline the proceedings in security certificate cases, permitting appeals of the decision on the reasonableness of the certificate upon certification, which is consistent with how all appeals under the IRPA are dealt with, confirming that foreign nationals have the same detention review rights as permanent residents, as the Supreme Court did express in its decision, and transitional provisions to provide for the treatment of existing certificate cases under the new law in the most transparent and fairest manner possible. Let me explain these proposed changes in a bit more detail. I'll begin with concurrent processing. When a security certificate is issued, it is referred to the federal court to determine if the security certificate is reasonable. The individual subject to a certificate can also apply for protection from return to a country whether they would face a substantial risk of torture or cruel and unusual treatment or punishment or risk to life. This is called a pre-removal risk assessment, or PRRA. As it now stands, the PRRA process takes place and the review of the reasonableness of the certificate is suspended until its conclusion. This is because the law provides that the judge who decides the reasonable of the certificate must also decide on the lawfulness of the PRRA decision, and this has caused delays. Bill C-3 proposes to do away with the suspension of the reasonableness hearing. It provides that the Crown the court may review the reasonableness of the certificate concurrently with the review of the lawfulness of the PRRA. The court's review would take place outside the certificate's process,
without the need for the same judge to review both decisions. This approach seeks to limit the potential for significant delays that might result for waiting for a decision on the PRA before having the court assess the reasonableness of a certificate. The next proposal in the bill is to allow for the appeal of the reasonable determination and on decisions on detention if the judge decides a serious legal issue has been raised for the consideration of the Court of Appeal. This requirement, called certification of a question, is consistent with the way other divisions under the IRPA may be appealed. Currently, the decision on the reasonableness of the certificate cannot be appealed, but practically speaking, the courts have recognized certain exceptions to this rule. Accordingly, appeal upon certification of a question will provide a mechanism that enhances fairness. The next change proposed by Bill C-3 is almost a formality given that the Supreme Court has already deemed this change effective and in force. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the court ruled that foreign national and permanent residents should have the same rights to detention review. This ruling means that since February, both permanent residents and foreign nationals are granted a review of their detention within the first 48 hours after arrest and every 6 months after that. Prior to this decision, the IRPA stated that foreign nationals were entitled to a detention review 120 days after their certificate was found to be reasonable. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-3 proposes transitional provisions that would allow for cases commenced under the previous legislation to recommence under the new legislative regime. This is to ensure that appropriate and ordered change from the old legislation to the new will provide the benefits of the new legislation to the current individual subject to a security certificate. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, a great deal of thought has gone into this bill. Not only have we responded to the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling, we have also been mindful of the recommendations made by committees in both houses of Parliament. We are offering more protection for individuals subject to a security certificate. We are providing for appeals that are not allowed under the current legislation. We are giving foreign nationals the same detention review process accorded to permanent residents as the Supreme Court directed. And we will review all current cases in conformity with the new regime once it comes into place. Mr. Speaker, we want to protect Canadians. It is our duty to both Canadians and the international community to stop dangerous people from committing heinous crimes or terrorism. I urge all members of the House to support Bill C-3. If opposition parties are serious about protecting Canadians from an individual posing serious threats, now is the time to show it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. When Bill C-3 returns to the House, there will be 4 minutes left for the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, in addition to 10 minutes of questions and comments. Orders
of the day, private members' business. Deuxième lecture du projet de loi.
Second reading of Bill C-426, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act to protection of journalistic sources and search warrants. In the name of Mr. Ménard. Mr. Ménard, Morel-Fortin, seconded by Ms. Tillac, moves that Bill C-426, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act to protection of journalistic sources and search warrants, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Morel-Fortin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this is the second time I've had the honor of addressing this bill, C-426, the House prerogative, and therefore I have 1 hour of debate in addition. But I would like to give a summary of what I had said when I first presented this bill. When people read the Hansard, they may get the impression that this is the first time I've ever spoken of this, but at any rate, I would like to answer a few questions and criticisms that have been made with respect to this bill. Very quickly, I have a personal interest in this bill. I've been interested in the matter for the past 30 years. I remember back in 1968, it was before the time of the Charter, we wanted to have some legislation that would give us the powers contained in this bill. We've achieved some progress since then, but we need to do still more. I find it quite deplorable that this journalistic practice, which is consecrated in law, has not, I deplore the fact that it has not been better protected by federal legislation, whereas in other countries in the world that have freedom of the press, well, they've got legislation that protects it. So the first thing that we have to understand here, I don't want special privileges being given to journalists, but I simply want to establish some protection for those individuals who have the courage to denounce situations that are scandalous, scams, frauds, and in so doing may have revenge exacted on them. And this happens in cases of fraud or where you have big organizations that are interested in taking vengeance. So I think that over the past 7 years, we have developed legislation which we feel is good in society. Those who are aware of bad practices go to journalists and apprise them of these facts, but a journalist provides them that never will their names be disclosed without their consent. And it is this journalistic activity that is going to be protected by this legislation. Usually journalists investigate the issue, and this confidential source guides them in their investigation. But when the scandal is disclosed, the journalist says that they have independent sources that have claimed that this to be the case. So it's in the it's in the public's interest to uncover such frauds or scams. So, Mr. Speaker, the first part of this legislation is aimed at protecting this journalistic practice. That is, that a journalist offers protection for their sources to protect them from any revenge or vengeance. It also wants to protect this journalistic activity or practice, and journalists must not be viewed as being the police auxiliaries. They have a totally different function. So this bill makes some important distinguishes. First of all, in paragraph 3, the first 3 paragraphs are definitions found of terms found in the law, but referring to paragraph 3 to 6, and then paragraph 7 pertains to a disclosure of unpublished information. Journalistic is required to disclose information that has not been published. So this, and it is important that to realize that police officers give journalists information sometimes. That's the case of protests and strikes. The third part concerns conditions and terms and conditions for search warrants, and it also explains how this search is to be conducted. And in number 11, this particular bill talks about the fact that a publication that contains information or record, or its medium is produced in evidence. So you simply have to produce the publication for evidence purposes. And in any piece of legislation, we always want to indicate what values need to be protected. We have to think about what other values we're talking about when we consider legislation. Almost all of the members in this House acknowledge that this journalistic practice of guaranteeing secrecy, guarantee the confidentiality of sources, is valid. There's an issue of Walter Gates, the Enron scandal, and even the sponsorship scandal. These are all issues that come to mind. I believe it is more and more necessary that when companies who work in secrecy try to get around the rules imposed on them, for example, environmental protection, a journalist or reporter needs to be guided, needs to be told about what's going on. And they have to be able to get this evidence in an independent manner. And we want to avoid the situation whereby a journalist who uses such sources is accused of slander. So this is a societal value and not a privilege. This bill states that a judge may, not necessarily can, but may raise issues and ask for the opinion of lawyers if ever the judge is worried that the person may have gathered information in an illegal fashion. So the judge can actually use his discretion. So we have to protect the source, and that's why the judge can be apprised of the matter immediately. Now, there are very clear parameters set in paragraph 5. I think paragraph 5 explains that a judge can weigh all of this information, having regard to the outcome and the freedom of information. I believe that if we read all of these clauses carefully and if we understand them, it is the journalist can testify before the judge, or there can be an order issued asking the journalist to reveal the source, but it all has to be done before a federal court. So the judge can, with respect to disclosure of information, feels that it's in the public interest that the person has done everything in the person's power to discover the source of the information, and the disclosures in the public interest having regard to the outcome of the litigation, the freedom of information, and thirdly, the impact of the journalist's testimony on the source. Obviously, he will determine whether or not the source has said the truth, and I think there are many measures here that come into play. In Clause 6, it's very short. Perhaps some people may not have understood the scope. I would say that this is the third part of the bill that I'm proposing, and Clause 7, this particular clause was designed to protect the totality of the information that the journalist has. For example, television companies may have records, or the journalist must not be viewed as a police auxiliary, where this would be an easy way to go and get information, for the police to go and get information about strikes or protests or that type of thing. In my career, I have come up against this particular aspect on many occasions. I had to deal with this issue very often, and I think that the courts were quite clear in explaining why they would accept this type of clause. A judge said that a freedom of the press is a primary value, and it must be protected. The press should not be turned into an investigative tool used by the police. The police should not use the press to collect information. So Clause 7 is designed to protect this type of unpublished information, and it sets out any exceptions as well. Now, the next clause deals with the issuance of search warrants, and I'm basing myself on current jurisprudence, which is very clear. I see that I don't have very much time. I've already explained most of the clauses, but I would also like to point out that this principle, Mr. Speaker, has been recognized by many European countries. Most European countries. 32 American states have legislation on the matter, and there is jurisprudence in 18 other countries. But the United States doesn't have a particular federal law, but the individual states have their own legislation. It's even in the Constitution in Sweden. So we need to have provisions to protect journalists. And a recent decision quashed an order. I'm not sure if I'm dealing with quashed a decision where a journalist actually released the information about a source when he or he shouldn't have. He or he should have been protected. So I believe it's very important that we spell out what needs to be protected in this law, so that people involved, whether they be police, journalists, justices of the peace, or whatever, they have to have some piece of legislation that they can refer to easily and understand what's at issue. And the Charter recognizes fundamental rights, but in a society such as ours, where we have much more than just fundamental rights, it is very important that we set parameters around these rights so that we know how to interpret all of our rights. Parliament must exercise or assume its responsibilities and deal with, and not leave it up to the judges to always resolve the most difficult issues. Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Economic Development of Canada for the region of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? Yes, some clauses in Bill C-426 raise some concerns. For example, the definition of journalist is so general that it can include bloggers. Can the member opposite really be in favor of a provision that would include blogger as a journalist? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. No, that's a very good question. I had also raised the issue of bloggers, but it depends. I made the definition quite broad so that it could be adapted to the new technologies. And that's why I made no reference to the type of media. But I do talk about the activity, journalistic activity, and you will agree, and I would imagine that all other members would agree with me, that this definition describes what journalistic activity entails. It means a person who contributes regularly and directly to the gathering, writing, production, or dissemination of information for the public through any media, or anyone who assists such a person. I believe that this does not pertain to a blogger. I'm not referring to a casual blogger. It could cover let's say electronic newspapers, but what there could be, we could do some further work on anyone who assists such a person, that particular portion of the clause. But, Mr. Speaker, it's the source that we're trying to protect and not the journalist. And what's happened in other countries is that the legislation gave protection to the source, and what happened? The police officers started questioning house cleaners and all kinds of people to try and get information. So, but you have to understand the context of the definition. I would perhaps add one more thing before answering any questions. We have to understand it's very difficult to come up with a perfect piece of legislation at the outset. That's always difficult. So it would be a good if we could send this bill to committee where improvements could be made.
Chair, because there's very little time left for the next question.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin for presenting this bill for debate in the House of Commons. This member has a great deal of experience in the area of public safety.
He's trying to accomplish, and I think I'm generally in agreement, when it comes to matters of national security, where you have someone in the Department of National Defense or Foreign Affairs that reveals something that is clearly a matter of national security or a threat to national security. I'm wondering if the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin could comment what sort of protections would be available or not be available in circumstances like that.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. I would simply say, and this is covered in Clause 5, put yourself in the shoes of the judge. What are we asking? It depends on circumstances, obviously. Or this could be a slander case, that issue as well. I don't think that somebody who slanders deserves protection. Or somebody who's trying to manipulate media. I don't think this type of person is deserving of protection. But if you analyze the criteria set out in Clause 5, I think you will understand that the judge, when these conditions are met, can order the disclosure of the source, but otherwise, no. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Minister responsible for the economic development of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise today to participate in this debate on Bill C-426, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act. This bill includes three main points: protection of journalistic sources, the protection of unpublished information possessed by a journalist, and additional requirements with respect to search warrants. Mr. Speaker, obviously we agree with freedom of the press and freedom of speech. These are fundamental to a free and democratic society. But 2B of the Canadian Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms guarantees constitutionally and in a very precise manner that every individual has the right to religious freedom, right to free expression, including the freedom of the press and other communication means. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to underscore, with all due respect for freedom of the speech or freedom of the press, this is not what its issue is here. We have to determine whether Bill C-426 represents an improvement to the legislation and will enable us to strike a balance between the safety of the country and public interest. Public interest, that is, to protect journalists who are looking for the truth. I would like to congratulate the Honourable Member from Marc-Fortin for trying to include in this bill the protections offered in common law for journalistic activities. I know he has studied this issue for a long time. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, this area of the law is very complicated and very difficult. It's very difficult to come up with legislative provisions that bear in mind all of the considerations that are pertinent. I think that it is important to not forget that in criminal law and in civil law, the general rule is that all information pertaining to a trial is acceptable. Confidential information is an exception. The right of privilege came in time in order to protect individuals who were essential for the administration of justice or who were necessary for the interest of society. The privilege of police informants and the privilege of spouses are examples that are well known. It is therefore important to remember that privilege to refuse, and this includes defense lawyers, access to information which could be very useful is important. Hence, modification of this privilege and any attempt to include it in common law could have serious consequences on the administration of justice and on the confidence of the public in our justice system. Mr. Speaker, some of these provisions in the bill, in C-426, do raise some concerns. For instance, the definition of journalist. It's so broad, and it may even include casual bloggers. Does the House really want to adopt a clause or a bill that it would include people who want to get pertinent information or relative information from a blogger? Other provisions of 426 that cause problems as well. For instance, C-426 states that measures aimed at protecting journalists have outweigh other pieces of legislation. That means that a journalist that has information on national security could use the provisions in this bill, making it very difficult for the state to take action when it wants to obtain such information. Given that the word information is not defined in 426, perhaps that means that the information is not just related to journalistic activities alone. Mr. Speaker, I've raised these issues to demonstrate to what extent it is very difficult to include in legislation what exists in common law, and it is very important that this bill does pose problems. The honourable members need to take a look at this bill C-426. It would be in the public interest to send the issue of secrecy in journalism and any other impact that this may have on the justice system to the Justice Committee so that the committee can review it in an in-depth fashion. Such an examination or study would enable the members to understand the opinion of specialists, and it would be an opportunity for the members to look at the whole range of issues that pertain to journalistic secrecy and the protection of sources as contained in Bill C-426. I'd like to thank the members for giving me this opportunity to discuss this very important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague across the way and the mover of the bill, the bloc member, I'm very pleased to join in this debate, Mr. Speaker, and to speak on Bill C-426, which is, as we've heard, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act. The substance of this bill is the protection of the confidentiality of journalistic sources, and it would, in short, allow journalists to refuse to disclose information or a record which has not been published unless that information or that record is of vital importance and could not otherwise be produced in evidence in any other fashion. The bill, as I read it, Mr. Speaker, would also stipulate conditions which must be met or complied with before a judge issues a search warrant to obtain information or records in the exclusive possession of a journalist. The bill would also allow journalists to refuse to disclose the source of the information which they gather, write, produce, or otherwise disseminate to the public through any media, and to further refuse to disclose any information or document which could identify a source or sources. However, a judge would have, in his or her discretion, the authority to order a journalist to disclose the source of the information if that judge considered the information or the data to be in the greater interest of the public. Mr. Speaker, I'm inclined to vote in favor of the bill, at least going to the committee stage, with the expectation that the committee would see fit to amend the bill when they scrutinize it. There have been, Mr. Speaker, various court decisions on this topic, and generally, Canadian courts have followed the ruling in a decision from Great Britain, cited as Attorney General versus Mulholland. The nub of that decision is that journalists should only be required to reveal information received from a source in confidence when it can be demonstrated that the information is relevant and necessary in order for the case to be resolved. Mr. Speaker, closer to home, one of the best-known cases on the issue of journalistic freedom is the case involving the Ottawa Citizen reporter Juliet O'Neill. Mr. Speaker, you will recall, I believe other members in the House will recall, that Ms. O'Neill, a journalist writing for the Ottawa Citizen, wrote an article on November 8, 2003, an article about Maher Arar, the Syrian-born Canadian citizen whom American authorities arrested and wrongly deported to Syria. In January 2004, several weeks after her article, the RCMP obtained 2 search warrants to search Ms. O'Neill's home as well as her office at the Ottawa Citizen. The warrants were issued by a Justice of the Peace in support of a criminal investigation into alleged violations of the Security of Information Act. The searches of Ms. O'Neill's residence and office took place on January 21, 2004, and resulted in the seizure of certain documents and certain computer information. Needless to say, Ms. O'Neill did not agree to the searches taking place, either at her home or at her office. The matter found its way to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice, and an extensive hearing over several days took place in late summer, early fall of 2006. The Superior Court Justice struck down various subsections of the Security of Information Act, ruling that the subsections violated both Section 7 and Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker will know that Section 7 in particular deals with the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived of those rights except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. In commenting on the subsections of the Security of Information Act, the Justice held that the subsections were overly broad, that they were arbitrary, vague, and gave the government an unfettered ability to protect whatever information it chose to classify as unauthorized for disclosure, and to punish any violation by way of a criminal offense. In short, the Justice ruled that the subsections were of no force and effect. After the decision of the court, the federal government announced that it would not appeal the decision and that it would consider its options. In February 2007, the Special Senate Committee on the Anti-Terrorism Act released a report recommending that the Security of Information Act be amended to narrow the scope of information for which disclosure is an offense. Mr. Speaker, as always, the issue is the proper balance to be struck between the public's right to know, broadly speaking, and the interest of the public with respect to security matters. Clearly, it is essential for the government to be able to prevent or deter the release of certain types of data in the interests of national security, and that deterrence can and should include the imposition of criminal sanctions. But public discourse is a vital part of any democracy, and as was expressed by the Supreme Court of Canada in 1996, and I quote, "The freedom of individuals to discuss information about the institutions of government, their policies and practices, is crucial to any notion of democratic rule. The liberty to criticize and express dissenting views has long been thought to be a safeguard against state tyranny and corruption." And if I may, Mr. Speaker, as the well-known French author Albert Camus said, free press can, of course, be good or bad, but most certainly without freedom, the press will never be anything but bad. In my view, Mr. Speaker, this bill, C-426, moves us further along with respect to the proper balance to be struck between journalistic freedom on the one hand and the disclosure of information which is of critical importance and cannot be produced by any other means on the other hand. Like the member opposite who spoke prior to myself, Mr. Speaker, amendments that I would like to see introduced at the committee stage include a tighter or better definition of journalist. The definition of journalist, as presently written in the bill, is too broad and would undoubtedly be problematic. It is peculiar, however, that currently no federal or provincial legislation appears to define the term journalist, nor does Canadian case law provide a consistent definition. Ideally, then, the committee will see fit to recommend an improved definition of the term journalist. There are also, Mr. Speaker, a number of instances where the English wording of parts of the bill is weaker than the French wording. This situation can also be remedied, however, through amendments at the committee stage. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, my inclination is to support the bill proceeding to committee in the hope and expectation that amendments will be made at that stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support and speak in favor of this bill, along with my party. And there are many things that have been discussed already and put forward in support of this bill, and some of those ideas and concepts I think bear repeating, and I hope we'll touch on a couple of other facets of the bill that I think are worthy of underlining. So I say at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, that we do support this bill, and if there are ways to improve it, of course, to be done at committee. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that is most disturbing in any democracy is any attempt to close off or to shut down the freedom of the press. You will know of most recent events around the world where the rights of the press have been suppressed. I think of recently the situation that we are watching with great unease in Burma. When you look at the freedom of the press that seems to be challenged around the world these days, and certainly this has been documented, that journalists are having a harder time doing their job. Many of us in this place from time to time might disagree with how a journalist contemplates or exercises the freedom, but no one in this place would be in any way critical of their right to have their opinion and to make sure that it is unfettered with some obvious qualifications, responsibilities. So I say that in general because I think that this is too important an issue to play partisan politics with. This is, if you will, a foundation of our democracy. That is the freedom of the press and the freedom of those who are practitioners in the Fourth Estate to be able to make sure that they're able to do their job without the state interfering unnecessarily. So the bill in front of us is critical. I think what is being attempted here, and I think it meets the nod test from us, the bill that is that we need to make sure that there is more clarity for judges, that there is if you will, a cleaner and there are clearer guidelines for judges. We have mentioned already the case of Juliette O'Neill from the Ottawa Citizen. Many of us, not only in my hometown here in Ottawa, were aghast at what happened in that case. But I think people right across the country, indeed those who are following the story internationally, were surprised, saddened, and very concerned that this could happen. And if we look at what journalists' responsibilities are, they have many, but if I may, they have a responsibility to protect sources at times. And we see this not only in the field of journalism, we see it in the field of litigation, we see it with lawyers, we see it with doctors, we see it actually with those who are from faith communities, that there is some delegation of trust, there is a understanding and responsibility of confidentiality, and I think most people understand it. The question is, at what point is the responsibility of confidentiality of, in this case, journalists, and the role of the state for reasons of national security, how are those two things dealt with? How do we navigate those waters? And I think what the bill is set out to do is to lay down some criteria that I think is important. A colleague from the bloc has already mentioned it's the first couple of paragraphs of the bill are more or less descriptive, and then we get into the meat of it. And particularly when you get into Section 4, and that is the power of the judge, that they may, on their own initiative, raise the potential application of subsection 3 and ask the prosecution, the defense, and any other party to present an opinion on the matter. I think that gets things going. And then you get to Section 5, and a judge may not order a journalist to disclose to a person the source of any information that the journalist has gathered, written, produced, or disseminated for the public through any media unless the judge considers. And there's where we get the clarity that I think is required. The clarity that was required certainly in the case of Juliette O'Neill, and there's been other cases. In fact, presently, we see in today's quorum some La Presse journalists are being challenged in this very area. And I can't get into the details, nor will I, about the case because it is being debated now, but it's just to point to the fact that this is an ongoing concern. And certainly it's not just affecting journalists like Julia O'Neill, but presently with some journalists from La Presse. And so what it means is that this sequence of events where the judge must follow criteria, and it's laid out, is, I believe, what has been missing. And I think, again, at committee, if there are other facets that need to be dealt with, then so be it. If you look at Section 7 on disclosure, the journalist is required to disclose information or record that has not been published only if the information or the record is of vital importance and cannot be produced and evidenced by any other means. And I think that's, again, another important facet that hadn't been addressed before. When you get on to Section 8, it's around search warrants, and that certainly was a cause of concern before, deals with the criminal code, talks about the criteria and the further clarity required. In essence, Mr. Speaker, then, this bill is trying to fine-tune that debate we've had since freedom of the press has existed, and that is the time-honored tradition of those who are in the Fourth Estate to be able to practice their trade on the one hand, on the other hand, to make sure that if there are issues of national security, that they have worthy protection as well. I guess, Mr. Speaker, the times that we're living in, it is of absolute critical importance that that balance is struck, that clarity that is needed for judges needs to be provided. And I say that because of some other considerations we'll have before this House. It was already tabled today, Bill C-3. We've had concerns about how we deal with border security as recently as yesterday when we had a retired colonel of the American military wasn't allowed into our country because of being on an FBI watch list. So these ideas of freedom of press, freedom of expression are issues that are critical in the atmosphere that we are living in. They are, as I said, the foundation of our democracy. And if we aren't able to find that balance now, I think we'll regret that later. If journalists aren't able to protect their sources, we know what will happen. We know it will happen because we've seen this around the world and we've seen it in history, that people will no longer come forward, and not only for members of Parliament in this place won't be able to find critical analysis because information won't be shared and put forward, but people in general and citizens in general won't have the information they need to really hold institutions to account. Mr. Speaker, let me just end my comments with a pledge that we need to follow up this bill quickly. We need to support it, as I said, in a nonpartisan fashion, because it is something that is so important that everyone who is in the business of journalism is going to be able to practice their profession without any fear. And that is to hope that the government will come forward on one other aspect that needs tweaking, and that is the freedom of information, which we know the government promised after the passing of Bill C-2, and that is the C-2, the Accountability Act, that was something they were going to act on. So it's one thing to protect sources, but it's another thing to have access in the window to what the business that government does, and to make sure that we have a window on what they do. So while we need speedy passage of this bill, which is something we support, we also look forward to and hope that the government will fulfill its promise to bring forward changes to the Freedom of Information Act. And until that time, we know that it will be difficult for journalists not only to ply their trade, but to have a window and a clear window on what government is doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member For Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my views on this important bill. Allow me also to congratulate my Bloc colleague, the member for Marcourel-Fortin, who is the initiator of this bill. One simply has to read this bill to see to what extent my colleague managed to condense into a few clauses hundreds or even thousands of pages of jurisprudence. Bill C-426 does not give privileges to journalists nor to the media. It protects journalistic activity, especially the part having to do with searches. It clarifies journalistic practice in its noblest form, that is, expressing freedom of speech and the public's right to know, which is an essential condition for democracy. Mr. Speaker, when there's wrongdoing or any action that causes prejudice or injustice, it is normal for a citizen for whom these values have some sense to alert public opinion and promote sanctions for these actions. Do you think a citizen will want to do that if he thinks that he may be subject to reprisals? However, if the legal system can count on a clear and eloquent piece of legislation, as is the case with Bill C-426, a witness to fraud or any action that causes harm to others will feel comfortable informing the public through a journalist in the hopes that our society will be thus improved. Similarly, a journalist will feel comfortable disseminating this information if the conditions on protecting sources are clearly set out in law. Society will just operate better, Mr. Speaker. In September 2005, the Fédération professionnelle des journalistes du Québec, a Quebec Journalists Association, took a position through the publication of a report entitled Protecting Sources and Journalistic Material. This report, drafted by Marie-Claude Pedneau, is available on the organization's website. I would encourage all my colleagues in this House to familiarize themselves with it. Allow me to quote this passage from the report. In January 2004, Judge Mary Lou Benotto of the Ontario Superior Court in R versus National Post underscored that the evidence heard showed that the use of anonymous sources is essential to discover and report information in the public interest. According to the judge, forcing a journalist to break his promise not to unveil the name of a source would cause a great deal of harm to the public's right to know. Judge Benotto cites a very interesting comparison with the decision by the House of Lords in Britain. If the identity of police informants could be revealed before a court, police sources would simply disappear, and police officers would be quite limited in their responsibility to prevent and solve crimes. Ordering journalists to reveal their sources could have similar consequences on freedom of the press. Closer to home, Mr. Justice Laforêt wrote in a Supreme Court decision in Radio-Canada versus Lessard, in my opinion, there is very little doubt that the collection of information can, in many cases, be seriously harmed if the government has too easy access to information in the possession of the media. It seems to me it goes without saying that if it is possible that one's identity will be revealed, a person would be dissuaded from providing information to a journalist. As we know, Mr. Speaker, as these judges have expressed so well, and I could have cited others, society has no other choice but to ensure anonymity for citizens who disclose some information if this society wants light to be shed on many crimes and injustices. Moreover, anonymous disclosure is the basis of many interventions by organizations that protect citizens and fight crime. For instance, the Recall Center for Economic Offences in Canada, Infocrime in Quebec, Crime Stoppers, or the Direction de la Protection de la Jeunesse in Quebec to report abuse of children or violence or negligence of children. As we see, the protection of information sources is an essential component of journalists' work in a society concerned with the security of citizens, but also societies that are fighting abuse and injustice. Therefore, can this House afford the luxury of not approving Bill C-426 in light of its clarity and relevance? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. This wouldn't be the first time that a state legislates in order to allow journalists to protect their sources. In her 2005 report, Ms. Pedneau indicated that in the U.S., journalist protection was inherent in the legislation of 31 states as well as the District of Columbia. In Sweden, the protection of journalists, be it the written press or the electronic media, is enshrined in the Constitution. The Swedes are so convinced of the importance of protecting journalistic sources that a journalist who reveals the identity of a source could be prosecuted in criminal court. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the protection of sources is not the only element we have to take into account when discussing freedom of speech and information. It's just as important that in the public opinion, the media be seen as an independent entity, separate from powers such as the government and public security services that report to government. We know to what extent the credibility of media is important when evaluating their work. One will recall that under communist rule in the former USSR, La Pravda, the official newspaper, just informed citizens that the potatoes were quite good that year, and the citizens just stopped buying them. I'm joking, of course, Mr. Speaker, but this image is not that far from reality. On issues such as the neutrality of journalistic information, the least little doubt sows distrust in the public. Even in this House, we who work in politics are well placed to understand this. At this point, and after having discussed what I consider as being the importance and relevance of Bill C-426, I wish to underscore one last important aspect of the bill. Although it clearly defines the conditions regarding disclosure of sources, of unpublished documents, the search for documents, or the publication of information following this search and seizure, the bill does preserve the judge's power to lift the paragraph recognizing the journalist's right not to disclose a source under the conditions provided for in the bill. In such a case, the judge could ask that the defense and the prosecution submit their opinions on this issue. This way, a judge can protect a source known by a journalist within the meaning of the law who does not have sufficient resources to have full, complete defense. I do here recognize the experience and rigor of my colleague, the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, who has limited the loopholes that could have undermined the protection provided for in the Act. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, and shows once again that the point of the bill is to provide an effective legal framework for these matters, which is useful. There's just one. I'm sorry, I must interrupt the honourable member. At this time, I will recognize the honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cambridge knows that he has 10 minutes, of which there are 3 today.
I'm well aware of that, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to rise in what time is left to speak to Bill 426. Now, I know the honourable member from Marc-Aron-Fortin is a respected criminal law lawyer who has had a long-standing interest in protecting journalistic activity. I expect that one of the purposes of the bill is to codify or cement current conditions and current common law protection to ensure that they are not eroded, in fact, either through legislation before us or perhaps by subsequent case law. And, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that there is a very, very important public interest in ensuring that journalists are, in fact, free to pursue truth, to expose wrongdoings, and to look into avenues and keep public officials accountable. There is also, of course, an extremely important public interest in pursuing truth in another arena. And, Mr. Speaker, that is in the context of legal proceedings, especially criminal trials, where the innocence and the liberties of a person is at stake. There is thus the potential for the pursuit of truth by the journalistic context to clash with the pursuit of truth at trial. The courts have tried to address this tension. They've done so by applying a sophisticated balancing test between protection of freedom of the press and the state's interest in the investigation and prosecution of criminal activity. The issue before us is not the importance of journalistic activity in the pursuit of truth, Mr. Speaker, but rather the issue is whether the provisions of Bill C-426 bring greater clarity to the law without unduly compromising the pursuit of truth in civil and criminal proceedings. And, Mr. Speaker, therein lies my concern with Bill C-426. I do not feel that it does address the serious operational and policy problems. For example, if I have time left on the clock, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that a search warrant provisions, which are already contained in the criminal code, are an extremely important tool in the investigation of crime. By attempting to shift these provisions into the Canada Evidence Act, instead, a serious flaw would be created by the bill, not clarifying the current law. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, it is beyond the scope of Bill 426 to consider amendments to the criminal code to modify search warrant.
Yes, you will. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. When this bill returns to the House, there will be 7 minutes left for the honourable member for Cambridge.
As it is 2:30 p.m., the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.